Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Church of Entropy. Happy to be here, joined again by Doovid, longtime friend of the stream, the channel, and myself. Where we will today we will be discussing my debate coming up tomorrow at 8 p.m. on Modern Day Debate about whether men are unappreciated by society. I'll hand it over to you, Doovid, to give your thoughts on the premise of the debate as well as any opening comments for our discussion. Thanks for being here with us today.
Okay, yeah, great. Thanks for inviting me on. Glad to see you're staying active and took the debate on, I guess an interesting new topic, something we've never debated, maybe peripherally discussed in relation to normal news. Just to quickly mention, it's been 6 months now since we've done Week in Review. So I've taken Week in Review solo since Jennifer had scheduling changes and Sunday night was no longer available to her. So maybe later, depending on how long the stream goes on, we could talk about things that have happened in the last 6 months or advances in our research. But yeah, debate prep related to tomorrow's night topic. There's quite a few different angles. Just to put it out there first, I've spoken with her opponents, and I think I mentioned, so Ashley, not your everyday Ashley. I've been on her channel, and she actually has me in her introduction promo uh, on a post debate stream she did on modern day debate on a different topic, which I actually recommended to her to help build up her channel to do a post stream. We've spoken maybe 5 different times, and this topic is definitely in her main area of streaming interest, which is like kind of like dating in relations, more politics. So we could get more into detail about debate strategy. Also, Radical Coder, who I think I met on Politically Provoked, and he's, I guess, has a interesting arc. I think we call him like a classical liberal activist, maybe somewhat like mixed blooded. I think he's also partially Native American, and calls himself Radical Coder Ryan because he's a programmer, a
I
coder.
remember seeing both of them on Modern Day Debate. So I've never talked to them, but I'm familiar with them. Have you actually talked directly to them?
Yeah, many times. So I was saying
Oh,
that a
cool.
Radical Coder, before he got a modern day debate, was a panelist on Politically Provoked when they were still on YouTube, and he was one of kind of like the liberal debaters when it was kind of like Norvin invited me to the show, and they had kind of like racial uh JQ type debates or white nationalism. So he was one of the uh leftist liberal debaters that was debating against racism and in favor of multiculturalism, or even defending LGBT things or various. And then eventually he got onto modern day debate, and he's built himself up. Also, he's also been on the Thorpes. So and also Ashley has been on the Thorpes. So I've spoken with them multiple times. Um, they're both nice, left leaning, good people. So we could talk about that a little bit more. I think I know the general um angle that they're likely to take. So Swirly, Daryl, Mark, good to see you in the chat. And I think Leela, Lisa also, God bless, thanks for tuning in. Hake, I think I've only seen him once on the Crucible, where he was debating like Mossad on Zionism, and he didn't know that much about the topic. I know he's like a co-host, or I don't know, co-host is the right word. The Jesse Lee Peterson, the kind of like right-leaning African American Christian, and he has like a show on his channel, and we'll call him like Christian conservatism, but in a different way than the Crucible. But I'm not. I think he's been on a regular modern day debate also. Maybe I've seen him a little bit. So we'll see if he joins or joins this stream. So we could discuss the likely path that he'll take. And I've also, in the last 6 months, like on Week in Review, I was mentioning Andrew Tate in the updates with him, and the Crucible, the rise of the Crucible. Now, his channel seems to keep on growing. I've never been on Playing with Fire, the Alex guy who is like a dating coach, and he's also been on Modern Day Debate. And Ashley is one of his moderators or participants in his like speed dating. Um, so we mentioned that, like, like the Andrew Wilson takes on the issue, the Alex Playing with Fire takes on the issue, Destiny take on the issue. So it looks like Playing with Fire is going to have a debate between Destiny and Andrew Wilson tomorrow on almost the exact same topic. And we'll discuss that a little. What's the nuance and the difference if it's are men being ignored versus the question like who gets treated worse, men or women, which Modern Day Debate has had a lot of issues. And I followed a little
What do you
bit.
mean they've had issues with the gender differences or what?
Well, I was saying the issue that's debating. So there's a nuance, and the debate topic is slightly different between the debate that is on Modern Day Debate tomorrow with you, and the debate on Playing with Fire. So I'll mention lastly, and then I'll hand it back to Jennifer. Because there's a lot of things to talk about. Um, Fresh and Fit, which has became one of the most popular podcasts on Rumble. Like the YouTube, they got demonetized. They had the huge thing with like Nicholas Fuentes, but it's basically a dating show. And the Myron Gaines, who wrote a book, Why Women Deserve Less, and he brings on a bunch of women and talks about dating. And then there's also the other huge podcast called the Whatever Podcast, where they bring on a bunch of kind of like women models, sometimes OF, like OnlyFans or IG if that's Instagram, and talk about relations. And so Myron Gaines from Fresh and Fit. Have you ever watched that?
I
Or if you,
think I saw them in a debate with Destiny, but that was the only time.
okay, they're not really streamers. They have a studio in Miami, so like they stream they stream a show that's broadcast on the internet. So like very, I mean, occasionally they might be a guest on a stream, but they're more like a program that is broadcast on YouTube. And because I guess Destiny also lives in Miami, he's relatively a semi-frequent, like a few times a year guest in studio on Fresh and Fit. And they're also related to like Value Entertainment. They're kind of disciples of Andrew Tate, and but their thesis is the mainstream arguments that men are treated worse in society. So we go into their main arguments why they think society is somewhat rigged in favor of women. But they have their whole setup, but a few 3 nights a week, typically they'll have a whole bunch of women, and they'll talk about relationships. And I said, like, there's the Whatever podcast, which I'm not sure if you ever heard of that, but that's has millions of subs. And the name of the guy slipping me right now, but he had some minor celebrity for like Jackass or some maybe like Worski or something, had like a background with minor celebrity. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Jackass or whatever, where like stunts or pranks. And he turned it into a dating podcast. And he has a bunch of women. And they talk about relations and these issues. And maybe someone like Pearl Davis, just Pearly, who's also became very big, as they call her, the female Andrew Tate. And so I don't watch that content much, but I've watched enough of it to be familiar with the main argument. So we can go over all of that tonight, and then hopefully, Jennifer has worked out her own unique strategy that I assume will be significantly different than the mainstream arguments that you've been going back and forth on the issue. And I'll close off by mentioning I think this issue has actually became the single largest issue in the debatosphere. That the Crucible, even for a while they were doing kind of like kind of like the trans or LGBT, the racial stuff. Um, there's certain like politics, like Biden and abortion, but I think actually currently in the debatosphere, even they call like the red pill space, the dating coaches, pickup artistry, that this like male female cultural changes, who fares better, um, more from the dating issue, relationship issue, has probably become the single most popular debate topic in current streaming.
Yeah, well, it's up there. I mean, there's the men's rights activism that's going back. I'm thinking Karen Strong, 10 plus years minimum. And then more recently, there's the incel activist movement. It's like a more toxic version of the men's rights movement. So this isn't really new. Um, the debate topic, I'm interested just because, like, I don't necessarily need to do another flat Earth debate. Not that I don't enjoy those because they're fun, but this might actually be really interesting. So basically, like, I've just been working pretty much on my writing since we stopped having the show. I I've been working with Chat GPT, still having a lot of conversations and following the conversations that sort of circling around the AI large language models here, and being really kind of fascinated with how unself-aware some people are with their like projections of their weird vestigial narratives on what the overall intentionality of the AI is going to be like. Anyway, I think it's mind-boggling and exponentially growing. And hey, memes, nice to see you in the chat, and hi everyone else. Great that everyone's here. Yeah, so that's basically what I'm working on. I said Doovid, my most recent completed document, which I've been working on another document which isn't completed because it's still my usual horrible writing structure, probably. But this one was for, I was having some conversations with people discussing various philosophical topics, and it inspired me to write these 11 syllogisms, which I think kind of, I don't know if they stand on their own, but I think they're pretty good. And then I got Chat GPT. I wanted to see how much information I could get out of Chat GPT based on syllogisms. I think it actually did a pretty good job. So yeah, I haven't uploaded that anywhere yet because there's something messed up on my blog with the probably the cookies. So I got to go in there and yeah. Anyway, we'll have a look at some of that if Dubin feels up to it. Hi,
Yeah, so
Samish.
let's
Nice
cover
to
the
see you
topic
as
first.
well. I see Samish is in the chat. Really good to see you. I'm always happy when we have intellectuals join our conversations, and I know that you are one. So if you feel like hopping on, or if anyone in the chat feels chatty, uh, let me know and we'll hook you up. So back over to you, David.
Yes, I guess I got time tonight for a few hours. So, but let's cover the topic first, and then maybe we would catch up and talk about other related things. But it's a big topic, and you haven't debated it before. So, um, I spent yeah, I mean, so relations has always been a big topic of debate or discussions, and like certain like dating shows, The Bachelor, even going back to the original dating shows, have always been one of the biggest topics. We even talked about that in music. Like the basic theme for your romance or most music songs. Boy meets girl, girl meets boy, falls in love. Um, let alone with societal changes and so I just meant that in the last few months, I would consider this topic has risen to be the most popular. And I'll make one other introductory remark. And like, yeah, because like Jennifer's saying, these things have been around forever. And like the red pill. Um, so when I first got into streaming, there was a small overlay between pickup artistry and the alt right. And I forget the Iranian pickup artist that was, I think he like became a born again Christian, but he used to be on Killstream, and he was like he written books, and he was in the periphery with kind of like the alt right.
I can visualize his face, but I cannot remember his name.
It's slipping my mind. He hasn't been around for a while, but I'm saying like there's always been like pickup artistry, and then in fact like like I was in party promoting and like even like you would talk about like my personal experience and you think like pimping or dating coaches or escort services or various methods to you talk about the dating sphere and then societal implications. But when I first started streaming, the red pill, and I mentioned like to Luke Ford when I was in Israel, uh, like 25 years ago, they were talking about the red pill for Jews becoming like born again ultra orthodox, meaning where they saw that from the Matrix and things like everything that you thought was true was a lie, so you took the red pill and learned the truth. So in Israel, that meant like like being a born again Jew in different cases. I heard of that already back like 25 years ago, uh, to 2016, where people on the alt right were using like the red pill to refer to racial consciousness, crime statistics, or but the same general idea that what they taught you isn't true, and you take the red pill, you can never go back because you're going to have some deeper understanding. And so, in recent times, probably with the rise of Fresh and Fit becoming such a popular podcast, the red pill has been specifically referred to the changes in society that's changed the dating market. And so it's probably a good place to start with just the breakdown of the arguments, and then we'll see where Jennifer's argument. I'm sure if you have anything you want to add to that, just in kind of like the historical backdrop of the current rise of this. Why is this dating? Why is this kind of like understanding of I saw the Crucible also had like Rollo Tomasi on the other night, and so maybe like Andrew's somewhat new to this, and like Rollo Tomasi was talking about, he got involved in this in the early 2000s, and like he was also mentioning the the terminology of the red pill, and he was back on like bulletin boards and AOL when they're just like talking in chat rooms, talking about the dating market and the new changes in the dating market and possibly this push of the rise of feminism, and things have shifted so much with feminism that now um it has become disadvantageous to men. And so I don't think Jennifer is going to focus on that's much, so I just like we could briefly just talk about the dating market and the pickup artistry streaming, and then get to different aspects of it. But I just wanted to mention it because I think that is the most popular aspect of the topic. That's definitely on like your opponent Ashley, who is a moderator on Playing with Fire dating coach, who has had these debates with God forbid the Crucible about body count and who's more advantageous, men or women. Even Ashley on her channels promoting herself, that she went on a speed date with Destiny, and so it might end up in that direction. And I think that's the most likely thing that people are expecting when they hear the topic. And so when Jennifer has her strategy, she should probably have some thoughts on that prepared. Although I'm guessing that she's not. That's not going to be the angle she's approaching it from.
Well, my first like inclination is to basically complain about how I have tons of male characteristics and I've been really, really unappreciated by society, but I feel like maybe that won't work. So I figured I could throw some statistics in there.
We want to mention your thoughts on the red pill and the dating market, because I think that's probably the likely direction, the most talked about direction on the issue. So if that's
Well, I
not one
think
you
the
do, that,
gender thing is a bit of a red herring for the red pill, but sure. I don't
and
know
I
if I'm
could
going to go
mention if you
into all
want
that.
the basic red pill arguments and meaning. What does it mean? What are Fresh and Fit's argument? What is the Crucible's argument? What are the guys like Rollo Tomasi and the pickup artistry talking about in relation to this issue?
Well,
And
the
they would be,
overall thesis is, go free and clear because relationships aren't worth the investment.
well, I mean, saying they're currently not worth the investment because society has shifted in favor of women, so that men get a bad raw deal out of the bargain. And that would I say, like, when people use like Fresh and Fit, or I guess Rolo Tomasi is one of the big names, and there's a whole bunch of other pickup artistry, or the where they're talking about the red pill in terms of the current dating market, and it's usually as opposed to how things used to be, and now things are tiered towards women. So we could cover, maybe we could go over some of Andrew Wilson's main arguments. Um, so the Fresh and Fit mainstream arguments are, you focusing, God forbid, on like body count, promiscuity, divorce law, expectations, where women have an advantage in dating, and a lot of it, if they like the debate between Destiny and Rolo Tomasi and like Sneeko, is the question about, is there a certain biological nature? Even Andrew Wilson in The Crucible will focus on this, the nature of the body count question, where women naturally lose value through promiscuity. So there's a question: how do you substantiate it? Is there going to be studies? Can you make an animalistic argument about differences between men and women that are factual, based on biology or evolution, and then changes in modern society, specifically American Western culture, possibly based on internet, possibly based on liberalization and on feminism, that have changed it. I'm not sure if you've heard these, like the alpha, God forbid, like the alpha fucks, beta bucks, argument,
Yeah, I'm
and that's
familiar with that. Sure.
and I'm not sure if you take a side on that, or I mean that was like the Destiny Rolo Tomasi debate on Fresh and
Well, I'm
Fit. That
sympathetic to the position that women are biologically inclined towards what they perceive is going to be the best uh, genetic material for their offspring, if that's what's at issue here.
what mean to say that women will have relations with the alpha, meaning say like the more physically prowess, uh man that isn't gonna, the Fresh and Fit is not gonna put a ring on her. So, the woman will fool around with the bad boy and then marry the beta, who will provide for her. That the woman doesn't want the beta, so the women, generally, like, all women want a top tier man, and women, because they have a biological advantage in terms of relations, so that they could gain, God forbid, illicit sexual relations with a top tier man or dating, but they can't get them to marry them. And so, in modern day society, where you have promiscuity, women's liberation, um, not arranged marriages or various things that you go into, that uh, it's tiered against men, where the top 10% of men or the top 1%, the top of men get the majority of women, and you have promiscuity, where women will sleep with top tier men, and then after a certain period, they'll get older into their late 20s or 30s, and then they'll want to settle down, and they'll settle with a beta who could provide for them. And that was like the main theme of the argument between Destiny and Rolo Tomasi on that Fresh and Fit podcast that I watched.
Sure. So I
It,
just don't see that as immediately connected to whether men are appreciated by society. I see the dating stuff as something I might be able to pick some anecdotal data from to substantiate my claim, but I don't want my argument to revolve around female hypergamy.
yeah, so it's probably, as I said, like I don't even think you don't even necessarily need to bring it up. And it also tiers like, well, are men, are is the incel argument to say, well, all men, or saying the majority of men, that it's tiered towards a certain high element of men gaining all the rewards, while the majority of men, you'll get nothing, or get, God forbid, like sloppy seconds, or some terminology that has led to the incel movement. So obviously, the if you have, um Fresh and Fit and the red pillars like Rollo Tomasi, they're looking at it from like the alpha perspective as opposed to the incels, which would be the larger perspective. I mean, say like, well, no woman is ever going to choose me first, and I don't want sloppy seconds. So therefore, I'm never going to find a woman. So I'm just unfortunately going to have to be resigned to being an incel. And it's the current standards of liberalization, feminization, where women have the option of promiscuity, so that most women, due to the biological nature, will attempt to have relations with an alpha. And if that's, you said the incel movement is something newer, that historically when promiscuity was frowned upon, or when women did not have choice in marriage, or there was arranged marriage, there wouldn't have became this disparity that's led to the incel movement. And now that women have a choice, that women naturally will make a bad choice first, and then only after a period where they're older and less lost some of their value in the dating market, decide to go for the beta. And then the beta at that point has, too much pride to be second choice, and the lead to the incel movement. And I'm not sure if you agree with that basic assessment, but that's been around for, since I started streaming. And I mean, for also for your strategy, if you just want to avoid the topic if that comes up, or if you're going to have something in preparation for that, if
I
that's part of.
just don't see how it's immediately germane to the topic. So if it does become germane to the topic, I might want to cite something like marriage rates, but then it all sort of like collapses back to like, well, why do we need marriage at all? Is marriage actually a sign that society is good? Is that itself a patriarchal notion? So it's a bit vague. So I thought I could avoid the vagary by maybe saying that like you can't paint every member of males with the same brush, but you can have traits that are on the aggregate more prominent than with women. And so I say at that point, if I can establish some of those traits, then I can start to argue why society doesn't respect those traits, and then argue why the traits that society does respect are feminine traits. So, what do you
Okay,
think
so let
about
me
that?
yeah, and that's more what I want to talk about. So let me make this last point, then we'll get off the relationships. Um, and for the issue at hand, to say, well, you mean something that affects all men or a fraction of men. So also a lot of times, um, there'll be these long debates. In fact, when I was on Ashley's panel after her debate, and Alex from Playing with Fire was there, and a few other people, we debated two main issues. And these issues always come up in, at least like the dating part of these issues. Relationship part is, what is a high value man? And usually the type answer will be, the high value man is the one that women want to be with and other men want to be. And so, there's a certain sense to say, well, you mean something that affects all men or most men, so that there are certain high value men that are benefiting with this current predicament in society, while the majority of men are suffering. And that would be, some sort of like the alpha beta or high value man distinction, and the relationship to it. And then also hopefully we'll get turned back to it. I think this is a more interesting topic of discussion for probably Jennifer's angle. Was I was talking about the benefit of all male spaces. Mentioned I went to all boys schools for multiple years and lived in environments among Orthodox Jews where men and women were completely separated, and was trying to talk about the benefits of all male spaces. And then I also debated with Ashley about all female spaces and female education and female educational institutes, and whether women have to be taught to be mothers. So it mentioned like, okay, well, the all boys school. What do they do in all girls schools? So I didn't go to an all girls school. I'm not an expert in it, but I assumed one of the things in all girls schools they teach girls is how to be a wife and a mother. And at least on Ashley's panel, none of the people seemed to acknowledge that. It almost felt insulted that like I need to be taught how to be a wife and a mother. And I think, well, yeah, probably that that you might be able to pick it up on the spot, but but that might also be an interesting issue. Do you went to a Catholic school? Was that all girls?
I only went to a Catholic school until grade 5.
But was it all girls?
It was, no,
So you were never in an all girls school.
no.
Okay, so maybe we'll return to that because it was an interesting debate. Uh, for my venue, we talk about things like all male societies and are men ignored or unvalued, and possibly like relation to science, the Royal Society, Freemasonry, and then Jennifer's particular experience as a female in science, uh, of all male spaces, and then even what's it like if she has masculine qualities, or what's it like to be a female in a majority male space, whether she detracted to say that the other men in the physics and math program maybe would have excelled better if she wasn't there, or the to me those issues are more important. So I don't know if you had
Yeah,
any.
I'm sure me hanging out in the physics lounge till all hours of the night helping people with physics homework really made it a lot harder to study.
um well, yes, I had a hard time
Although I
explaining
admit
to
there were
people the
some women
benefit of
in
all
that
male
program who
spaces.
shouldn't have been there. They were not interested in the subject matter.
So I mean, let's if you had any comment on this high value man and the question of whether you're going to look at it for structural things that affect all men, or you say that, well, there could be a division, the last part of the dating aspect of it with a high value man, if you're looking at things that, well, maybe it benefits
Well, the fact
high
that there's
value men,
high
but the
value
vast
men
majority of men.
and the fact that low value men have a different experience than high value men, if that's a thing I'm going to accept, means I can't really generalize my concept. It makes it harder for me to debate the topic.
Well, it'd be nuanced, and I'm saying no. I mean, high value man would be a small proportion. So the you would say that most people are betas, alphas are. So that's usually the one of the big topic in like these Destiny, playing with fire, and even when I was on the Ashley's panel, we debated for like 2 hours. How do you define a high value man? And that's also where I made an argument that in all male spaces, um, that hierarchy is defined differently and formed different than when there's women around. And so, what's a high value man to women versus an all male space? What's a high value man, um, formulates differently. So it's not just so the question, okay, like if females in science, there might be certain women that don't belong there. And it's like Jennifer's like, well, I was just as good as the male students. You were not being
I'm not
you know,
saying that. I'm not
well,
saying I
no, no,
necessarily was as good, but I was able to like graduate no problem.
well, I think besides that question of um so to say like affirmative action towards women, the question of do all male spaces function different than um mixed spaces, and so to say not necessarily due to we talk about multiple reasons, but to say that if the math and physics program, and I don't know what percentage, if it was like 90% male or 70% male, but if you would at least conceive or acknowledge that it's conceivable, at least in certain ways, that you detracted from the what could have been in an all male space in terms of the
Well,
advancement of math
that's
and
just
physics and science.
trivially true. That's trivially true. So I can't really deny that.
Even if not even related to your performance, just related to you being a female, meaning saying that gender segregation
Right.
has its
That's why I
benefit.
said that's why I said it's trivially true. So
Well, no,
fine.
I mean, because no one on when I was on Ashley's panel, and there was like actually a pretty full panel, no one agreed with me No one made any.
Well, they just probably weren't listening to the premise of what you were saying, because it's not like as a woman you can know what it's like when you're not there.
um, yeah, Ashley was in the army, and she made some points, conciliatory marks about being in the army or all male space. Uh, but I think it's somewhat experienced. That's why I say if you went to, you never were in an all girl space. If someone had went to an all boys school or all girls school, or lived in gender
You know what?
segregated,
I have been in an all girls space because I did Girl Guides, and I'm pretty sure that was all girls.
was that like Girl Scouts or Canadian version of Girl Scouts or something?
Yes, we had, um, those things you pin to your, not a lapel, but you know what I'm saying.
Well, in America they have Girl Scouts. So I just, if you're saying, it just sounded like maybe a Canadian version of that.
Yeah.
Um, but okay, so I want to come back to that. In one of the main arguments I made was that hierarchy forms different when you have um, mixed gender, and that would be all male space, presumably all female space too. So I didn't put too much thought about how hierarchy would form in all female space, but I would assume also just like in all male space that it changes the nature of how hierarchy is formed and how groups function. So maybe that kind of is like a table of contents for some of the things we could have discussed and kind of get out first some of the main talking points that on relations that are usually addressed with the issue. And so let's look into the parsing of the question also, like, are men ignored? So it's not necessarily comparative, like in terms of the crucible debate is specifically a comparison, men or women. So the modern day debate's not framed in a way where it's not necessarily are men ignored compared to women. It's specifically are men ignored, um, right?
I was actually just looking it up so I can get the exact title of the debate.
Are men ignored by society as
Yes.
opposed to the stream happening at the exact same time on the Crucible and Playing with Fire, that is um, men versus women oppression. The Andrew Wilson versus Destiny is specifically men versus women oppression. That's a versus comparison. So this one does not necessarily have a comparison.
It's are men ignored by society compared to women?
Okay, so there is a comparison.
Yeah.
Okay, and just to throw out there, um, we're talking men in general. If they say a lot of the topic will be are white men ignored, relation to affirmative action politics. I was talking with History Speaks on a Twitter space about modern politics and like the vision of the left, um, versus the right wing, and American conservatism historically operated with a supermajority of white Christians or even white Christian males. And you just say, well, it's progress. We're looking for equity, and equity will mean when power and positions are equally um, distributed. And if currently white males occupy the majority of positions of power, that equity will only be resolved when proportionally women occupy 50% of positions of power and minorities or various things. But I assume the topic is not going to be focusing on a differential between white men and other men in terms of like affirmative action and progress. I mean, to say in American politics or Western culture, like it's a progress or something to say, like the first woman the first African American woman, the first Indian, the first Latino or whatever person to occupy this space, which is a large factor into societal factors to say that like if I advance to a position of power and I'm a white male, or a male in general, it's not progress. But if a female does the same thing or a minority does the same thing, then that's considered some form of progress. But so I just throw it out there, and I'm assuming that it might or might not. I think Hake might bring up the white male position. I'm not sure, but just to mention that it's possible that a lot of people bring it up a differential between the white male and specifically related to things like affirmative action.
I don't really know too much about that, so it's kind of hard to bring it up.
Well, I think just the topic is not our that it could conceivably for are white males ignored as opposed to males in general. So I'm just saying that that's not the topic. It's remotely possible to be brought up, but I think it's not too likely. So if you're looking at and the main reason why um, white male would be brought up would be related to topics of affirmative action and progress. That you say, like if Jennifer, you won the Nobel Prize, you say, well, she's a woman, like, or minority, that it's a bigger deal, it's a bigger form of accomplishment, and they'd be ignored. That my accomplishments are ignored because you say, well, historically, white men have done a lot of accomplishment and had a lot of power. So you doing accomplishments or having a lot of power is something that could be ignored, as opposed to a woman who accomplishes something that's less likely to be ignored, and specifically for something like affirmative action, job placement, rising to power. You're saying we don't need another male, or like if you're looking at gender discrimination, where the goal is to have equal representation of men and women. And so if currently the statistics are favored towards men, that means that men get ignored because or there's more competition because there's less room for more men in power, and there's more pressure to bring women into positions of power or some form of status accomplishment.
Sure, but that doesn't really speak to men being unappreciated by society. It's just, you could just say that's just women being made equal with men. It's not really saying men are unappreciated by society.
Well, no, I think it could be the heart of the issue. I mean, so okay, like I could be a math and science geek, and I really want to get into the program and work really hard, and then I'm ignored, and then a woman who doesn't even like math and science as much as me, isn't even as accomplished in the field, is like all welcomed and encouraged in the field and put straight into a position of leadership. Being I was ignored because I was a male, and this woman was treated better than me because um like I mean, if you're university and I joined the math club, and there's 10 20 new recruits, and 3 of them are women, and the women end up on the board and get speaking time and are made a whole given a whole bunch of attention, and I'm ignored. I'm just in the background. I'm just another unnecessary male that has to do something extraordinary to get attention compared to the woman. So it's a prime example of being ignored.
So women getting to go to school and take up half the spots in school is you being ignored.
um well, yeah, in a certain scenario, because I mean, like in chess right now, there's a big controversy with God forbid, sexual harassment, or women being treated poorly. But if you look in chess, which is similar to science, mathematics, engineering, and you look at statistics, like 90% of chess players are male, and so there's a lot of focus financing people in the position of power trying to get more women interested in chess. And so then you get the question, well, why is there such an imbalance? Why are there so few women involved in chess? And there's different approaches to the issue, but when it comes to men being ignored, it means as an organizational strategy goal, we want to get more women involved in STEM, science, technology, engineering, um, mathematics, and therefore there's organizational pressure to do activities or various things to increase the number of women in the field, and that would cause men to be ignored. Meaning to say that if you're looking at the new recruits or just as a male who is interested in STEM, that one of the organizational goals is to get more women into the field, and the way that they might do that is by ignoring me.
Right. So the argument would be that by dividing your attention is not ignoring. So I don't think that I can use an argument like that.
Well, I mean, you could say that there's ways
I could say that
to do it that
allowing
don't
people
ignore
into
men.
university on a basis of anything other than merit is ignoring men. So
Well,
quotas, I could say, is a form of ignoring men.
just having a policy goal to increase the number of women in a field is a cause of men being ignored. Not necessarily, it doesn't have to be. It could be implemented in a way that doesn't cause men to be ignored. It could be a noble goal, but in practicality, many of the efforts to get more women involved is one of the factors that leads to the ignoring of men.
Okay.
And are you disagreeing, or you don't think there's any?
I just don't think it's a strong argument. And I don't want to use a weak argument in the debate because it's not going to be an easy debate to have because it is a nuanced issue. So a few things I was thinking was the Bible, I think, was written by women. So in that sense, the Bible causes to whatever extent people believe in it, causes them to favor female, favor a disposition that accords more attention to women
Where do you get that the?
because of the values that it espouses and the narratives.
Oh, I'm just saying that.
It's written from an incredibly female mind in my mind.
Well, I mean, saying it's written by Jewish males. There's no evidence that the Bible was written by
Well,
women.
that's
All
the
all the
claim is that it comes
historians.
from God, so I don't really think you can just say it was definitely like, I think it's pretty darn sexist to say it was definitely written by Jewish males. I think there's a strong and powerful female influence in those documents.
Well, that's possible. I mean, that's part of the stereotypical that Jewish men are effeminate. But I'm just talking as a biblical Talmudic scholar. Um, the Talmud
Right, so
ascribes.
if the main religious doctrine is written by effeminate people, then wouldn't that mean men would who are
You're going
masculine
off a
be
textual
ignored as a
analysis.
result of espousing those beliefs? I mean, that to me seems very strong as an argument.
Well, I just
And I
your
can match
your
that and say
argument's
like,
coming
"Hey, I'm
coming
getting
out of nowhere.
persecuted because of people espousing the values of the Bible."
I mean, if you want to go with that argument, just looking at it, saying, well, all of the books in the Bible, including Ruth, besides for like Ruth and Esther, I mean, even the book of, are ascribed to males. The Talmud goes into detail about who writ. I've never heard a scholarly opinion that the Bible was written by females. If you're giving some sort of textual,
Never having heard a scholarly opinion of something is not evidence that it's not the case.
well, I just say pick up. It's like study the issue. The Talmud ascribes the authorship to all the books of the Bible, and to males. That you're going against the tradition. and the tradition is very clearly
I'm just saying if women
we
wrote
know
it,
who wrote
they
these
might
books.
have said men wrote it just to, like, make them think they was their idea. So your argument doesn't hold water.
No, I'm saying that there's it doesn't say men wrote it. It says we know who wrote all of the books. I mean, so there's some like you like if you look at like the New Testament, Matthew, Luke and John, and there's some people like well that wasn't actually written by Mark, but the Hebrew prophets mean saying uh, there's a few that have anonymous authors, but like oh no, almost all of them have an inscription where we know exactly who wrote it. There's a tradition that this Jewish man is the author of this specific book. Even so, like the Book of Moses, that you say, okay, I don't think Moses actually wrote the Book of Moses, but it's called the Book of Moses, and you think like there was a female author who used the pseudonym of Moses. I mean, almost all the books in Hebrew prophets are written from the perspective of the author,
Okay,
and
I'm
so
pretty sure that
you're claiming that there was like a
what the experts say is that Moses was not historical. So the authorship is considered to be unknown.
no, the authorship is written from the perspective of Moses. Moses is the author. So you could say Moses was ahistorical to it and it was a female who wrote
Well,
from a male
you wanna
perspective.
start citing what the, what the academic consensus is. It is
I'm just saying the
ahistoricity.
rabbinic connection.
The only academic consensus where it's not ahistoricity is Jesus, and even that, it's doubtful.
Well, I wasn't I mean, you divide the academic versus the religious. So it's saying the religious, there's a tradition, and the religious tradition is that it was written by the prophets. So if you're giving academic consensus, say that those are apocryphal and it was written by later authors, and but I mean, clearly, even if the Bible did have female authors, that if that's conceivable, that the female authors wrote as if they were men. And so, I mean, God forbid, I've never heard your statement before. I've never heard a claim that the books of the Bible were written by women.
I mean,
And
God forbid, I don't wanna correct you, but is the idea not that this is revealed testimony from God?
to the prophet, meaning it's called the books of Moses. You have the book of Jeremiah, the book of Yecheskel, the book of Ezra, the book of Nehemiah. There's only two books in the Bible of women: the book of Esther and the book of Ruth.
And
And the book of
are there
Esther wasn't
any,
the book of
are
Esther and
there
Ruth.
any, that there's more evidence for it, exactly.
No, there's not. I mean, saying even
There's literally books written about women. You ever heard of that in a different system?
well, in the Bible, there's
Show
only
me one
one
other system where there's books written about women.
about women. I mean, there's only one book in the Bible. The book of Esther is not written from the perspective of Esther. It's just called the book of Esther. It includes the story of Esther, but it's not from her perspective. Um, the book of Ruth is the only book in the Bible that's conceivably written from a female's perspective. So I'm trying to understand your argument that I mean, even a claim,
The narrative, it's a story.
even in the
It's a
Bible,
story about a tribe.
even in the New Testament,
It's a story about a matriarchal tribe that God is obsessed with. That sounds like something a woman would tell herself. Not that it's not something a man couldn't also tell himself, but it smacks of feminine vibes. I'm not being critical here. I'm trying to be objective.
if a woman wrote
Oh
the
yeah,
book
and
of
also morality being all about conforming to rules doesn't get much more feminine than that.
yeah, but the expression is, and God spoke to Moses, and Moses spoke to
You're
the Jewish
being too
people.
emotional about this. You just have to look at it based on the facts. What can we say empirically about this? And the idea is that the Bible has moral stories which influence people to act, and that determines their appreciations. And the Bible has an extremely effeminate meta narrative.
Yeah, I don't.
And then
The,
also you have to
the
say that
Bible has male
being
narrators.
sympathetic to an effeminate meta narrative makes you ignore men. I mean, it's not the most straightforward argument, but I think it's stronger than I can't get a date or I can't get a job because women.
Yeah, but I'm saying that the Bible has all male narrators. So if a woman was the author, the woman authored male narrators. The nature of the Bibles, and God spoke to Moses, and Moses told the Jewish people. So it's conceivable that it was a woman who wrote that, but the woman wrote the story of Moses, and the woman wrote that in God's. I mean, one thing, it's apocryphal in general because you're denying the prophetic stance. There's if you say that Moses wasn't the author, or you specifically what book, and even if you're talking about the New Testament, if you're talking like
Or I'm just affirming
the
the
book of Mark,
scholastic stance.
Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John, you're saying the book talks about Mark Luther. It's their narration of their story, their experience with
Don't
Jesus.
you
So
understand? Okay, okay, I understand that men writing that stuff explains the data. I'm just saying women influencing it or writing it or compiling it or paying for it to be written explains it better. That's what I'm saying. Now, it's maybe it's a bit of a long shot, but yeah, I'm surprised I haven't told you this before.
well, I mean, I think it's going to be a tough argument because one, you have to argue that the falsity of the books. You're saying that the books aren't written by
All I
who
have
they're.
to really do is establish that the New Testament makes it causes society to ignore men.
I mean, if you're gonna take like Adam Green
Like,
position,
I
and
don't
you,
even need to go to the Old Testament if you're concerned about that. I can just say the New Testament was
I mean, if you're
written by
taking like
women.
Adam Green perspective, and you're saying these are made up figures, that none of these figures actually existed, and they were made up stories written by an
What is the
author.
default position on any religion? I'm sorry, like, I don't wanna just single out Judaism, but as far as I knew, the standard interpretation of a religion you're not part of is that its stories are folk tales,
If you just say,
i.e., they're stories that tell you about what, people are into, that are, like, basically like Hansel and Gretel. Why is that a story? Because there's a reason to stay out of a forest if there's dangerous things in there or whatever.
yeah, but these are his. It'd be like saying
That
that.
doesn't mean that we think Hansel and Gretel were historical figures. There's a presupposition in those fables that it's a fable. It's not a historical figure.
Well, that's already heretical from the religious perspective, which is fine if you're taking that argument. I mean, it'd be like saying that if someone was going to argue, I think the Bhagavad Gita and
Well, you're
the.
basically saying to not be disrespectful, you have to endorse every single of the historicity a religion claims about itself.
We're going to say you think the Bhagavad Gita was written by a woman, even though the Bhagavad Gita, you're saying, well, I don't believe that Arjun actually existed, even though the Bhagavad Gita is written from the perspective of Arjun being the author and narrating the conversation with Krishna, or the Bhagavatam that is written as
If the Bhagavad Gita
Vyasa
gave
told us.
rise to a society where men were ignored and women got all the advantages, I'm not saying that's the case right now, but if that were the case, I would also say, hey, maybe that was written by women, even though it's they claim it's written by men and the stories centers around men. Maybe it's actually something just to dupe men into acting like pussies.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm almost like, it's almost fantastical, your argument, and then even think like, the laws of Moses, women
Well, I'm
are,
not coming from
if
a
you're saying that
background of
women in
presupposing
the
that books
Bible,
are
that
actually a reflection of history.
it's a patriarchal society where all the important tasks are carried out by men. That temple service, women have almost no leadership function in uh, biblical narrative at all. The Bible sets up the function of the temple and temple service and the priestly class, and law. Women aren't
Yeah, but
allowed
what are
to
the
be priests.
stories? What are
Women
the
aren't allowed to
stories?
testimony. Well, I mean, if you have like, the Bible where you kind of have
Do the stories revolve around women?
very few of them. No, I mean, there's I would say like, of women make up less than 10% of the Bible stories.
Okay.
I know the Bible extremely well. I would say I almost have the majority of the Bible memorized, and and we go book by book. No, I don't say women make up probably closer to 5% of the stories in the Bible.
See, you're not understanding my point. The fact that there are stories.
Even you take like
The
Adam
fact
and
that
Eve.
Doovid, the fact that there are stories indicates female influence. Like, you understand the majority of Indian philosophy is not the Gita, it's the Shad Darshan. The Gita is a mainstream document. Almost you could think of it as a political document. That's not the meat of what people are after in that tradition. Whereas comparatively, the Bible is only a story that doesn't actually tell you what the moral principles are overtly. You're left to indirectly surmise them. And that's very female again. So I'm going based on meta analysis, not direct textual analysis, because I don't consider that authoritative in any system.
And that's seriously what you were considering bringing up for your argument that you're gonna claim the Bible was written by women?
Well, I guess I don't have to go that far. I could say that the Bible causes society to ignore men by favoring female preferences. I don't need to say I think the Bible was written by women because that's harder to establish, obviously. It's just a theory.
I would strongly, I mean, I don't disagree that, even so strong that it's even hard to hear your argument because the Bible is almost exclusively addressed
Just remove all the
to Jewish
passages.
males. I
Don't
mean,
remove the Bible.
women are basically
Only look at what the actions are. Don't look at the text. Just look at the actions.
I mean, women are basically given a status of children, and so, I mean, the Bible is exclusively
Not to
addressed
be rude,
to
but whose genitals stays intact?
in the Adam and Eve story. That's just a
I
creation
just
myth, but I'm
told
saying
you, you have to look outside. You cannot focus at all on what's written in the scripture. You have to look at the behavior. So, which keeps their genitals intact? Men or women? Which gets circumcised? There you go. That's right.
well, yeah, but that and you're saying that's therefore a woman wrote that?
That is, well, that's evidence in support of the position that it favors women, unless we're
I
saying
mean,
that that type of pain is somehow a good thing.
no, because the Bible is largely only concerned with men. So men have to make a sign and an obligation to God. Men have to prove themselves to God by uh like a sign and a covenant, and the covenant that Abraham through uh the circumcision ritual, that women are periphery to the story, that women uh in the language of the Hebrew, the majority of the commandments are only applicable to men. God is almost exclusively concerned with adult males. God wants a temple
Oh, so
built.
all those pesky rules that prevent you from doing the things you want, they only apply to men? Weird. Weird.
Why saying that God chose the Jewish people because God wanted his law to be abided and to be worshipped and served in a certain way in the temple, in the sacrifice and the rituals, and those are to be exclusively performed by males. There were no
So the
women in the
women just get to
temple.
sit around and don't have any duties at all? Wow, pretty good deal.
Well, you could say that, but it's like, no, I mean, in the
I'm
Bible,
not trying to be mean here. I'm just trying to say, look,
women are considered
the evidence
property.
is there for to make this argument.
No, I mean, in the Bible, women are considered property. I mean, even goes back to our talking about arranged marriage. I mean, saying the Bible, like your virginity is not your possessions, it's your father's possession. That you don't get to choose your partner who you marry. That's your father's privilege, not yours. And because that's biblical law. That's an understanding of the system that your suitor, your husband,
And whether
negotiates
someone's
with your
Jewish is
father.
whether someone's Jewish, is that determined by their mother or their father? I hate to have to correct you on your own worldview here, but you're
That's just tribal membership. I'm talking like just
Yeah, that's my
if you're
whole
talking about
point.
women are from a biblical legal perspective, women are somewhat property of their fathers and husbands. So yeah, the tribal membership, but might be matrilineal, but the leadership, the ritual function is masculine, and in historical biblical law, women are possessions. They don't own land. Um, Marriage is acquired through paying the father and an agreement with the father, and then the property transfers from the father to the husband. That like if you got
Again,
married, you would have been
this
property of
wouldn't
your
be
father
relevant here,
until your husband acquired you, and then you would be property of your husband.
right? So what's relevant is what we can prove empirically. So
But I'm saying that's the law that's narrated, laid down in the Bible. So if you're claiming that a woman authored that, that a woman that
I'm just saying that sometimes there's a claim that certain people are in charge when it's actually certain other people that are in charge. And there's a lot of effort in making it look like certain people are in charge when it's actually the other people are in charge because they get all the benefits.
and from a religious perspective say like no, I mean God, prophecy, so there are a few female prophets, although the female prophets don't, there's no law given by the female prophets. All the law, Moses is the lawgiver, so that that a few women were granted prophecy. And you say, well, God is not masculine in identity, and the prophets and the writers of the Bible, the author is God, and God just worked through prophecy, and that's the difference. But what you referred to with you may be Christian and the other literature, because the early Vedic literature is ascribed to the gods, so to say that it doesn't, it's not like it's Arjun is not a deity. Arjun is recording the conversation with Krishna, and Krishna is in human form. The earlier, like the Rig Veda or some of the earlier uh Vedas, are written as if it was authored by the deity, by God itself, not through human authorship. And so that, in a term like the Bhagavad Gita, is similar to the Bible, as opposed to the earlier Vedas, where the ascription would be to God himself, that it didn't even include a human author, that there was no intermediary. Like if the Rig
Well,
Veda wasn't, there wasn't a human
there's
intermediary.
the 7 rishis that the Veda was revealed to. It's not
Um,
considered authorless.
I mean, I guess your debate. I'm just surprised that this is I mean, I guess whatever you plan on preparing for your introduction. So like, I mean, if this is really the argument you plan on giving, I don't see it. You could formulate it as an argument, but I find it hard to see.
Are you seriously saying you don't think the Bible causes any advantages for women?
Well, yeah, there's a whole bunch of advantages for women. I mean, your claim that therefore is authored by women, one thing, it breaks the tradition. You're saying that, well, okay, because God wants women to be protected. So the law protects women. The law grants certain rights and privileges to women. And, is narrated through Moses. God speaks to Moses, and Moses speaks to the Jewish people, and then sets out certain things like these are the rules you got to keep, including for the treatment of women. Um, and so your claim, although, as I said, like I live in Orthodox Jewish culture, and there is no place for women there. I mean, to say that if you go to Jerusalem, um, all of the institutes of learning. I mean, it's also similar in the Vedas or in India. All the synagogues, all of the holy sites. It's just men. There's no women there. They're in terms of like the rabbinic courts, the houses of study, the lecture halls. There's zero women there. So that even like a possibility of how a woman could have authored it, because there's gender segregation and women are not part of leadership at all. And so the places where decisions are made and where your power is utilized are all male spaces. So to even just speculating, you were saying historically, if that the evidence would be that there was like that in ancient Israel. So the temple, Also, there was a
Well,
courtyard for
you're
women.
implying power resides in a synagogue and not in a bank, which is stupid, in my opinion.
Well, I'm saying all of those are all male spaces that where a woman would even have had the possibilities to insert influence, because all of the positions of power are all male spaces.
Right. Well, anyway, I still think I can make a pretty strong argument.
I mean, you go back even in terms of like the science, they say, well, historically, the university, the Royal Society, scientific societies were all male spaces. So even someone like Ada Lovelace was not a member of one of those all male spaces. She was just Babbage's assistant, and she might have done certain things, but at the point, um, she would not have been part. I mean, she could have had some sort of influence. However, the Royal Society or the university was all male space. There were no female students. There were no female members of the Royal Society.
Again, that's implying the Royal Society was actually the ones with the influence. So the whole notion of a secret society and a hidden hand that has been ubiquitous throughout Western civilization, guess what? Indirectly influencing and exerting your control that way, guess what's another traditionally female characteristic? Precisely that. So what you're saying is actually sounding a lot like evidence for, like, just because men are involved doesn't mean the system doesn't overall focus and promote women and the values of women. It's not, I don't think it's so much about women being promoted, but female values being promoted and then men being ignored as a result of female values dominating.
Well, you're gonna have to differentiate between values and then so even the method. So if a woman wanted to exert influence, she would have to do that through a male. So even in the founding of America, till 200 years ago,
Well, if
when
all the influence was secret societies, we don't really know what they were doing and whether they were women or men, do we? And I'm pretty sure there was a secret society of women in South Korea doxxed for being in charge of the country. They were witches.
um, well, no, I mean we have the if you're talking Freemasonry, we have the roles. So it was a secret society, although we know the members and we know the meetings. So I mean, the Royal Society was Freemasonic and it was a secret society. However, we do have the roles and we do have minutes and recordings of the meetings. So if a woman exerted influence, she would not be welcome. So it wasn't secret in the way that there could have been. I mean, theoretically, you could
The
speculate,
propaganda,
but that
the
there were.
secret societies put forward for the public is not actually what happened. Though it's kind
Well, I
of
mean, it wasn't
how that's the
secret in
whole
the
point of
sense
a
that there
secret
were members
society.
that we don't know about. They're saying we have the records, like Masonic temples have the records of the members, they have the records of the meetings and the speakers. And if a woman wanted to exert influence, we don't even have records to you say that was there a woman who presented at the
All
Royal
she'd have to
Society?
do is be on the inside of the secret society that was controlling the Freemasons.
And you're saying that would have been expunged from the records that there was within the secret society. There was
Secret
really.
societies keeping records. Secret societies keeping records. Secret records. Not exactly compatible notions if you're into spycraft.
What if you mean secret society? You mean Freemasonry? And you say, no, no, we have the records of Freemason. Just because it's a secret society doesn't mean that there's not records of membership. It could be at the time that I mean these records do exist. We know largely which temples, who was members, and the hierarchies within it. Certain things are secret.
Right.
But if you're speculating, um, you're making a claim that
I'm not
there.
speculating. I'm simply saying that controlling things from the background rather than just coming right out and saying something and standing by it, and instead exerting your influence from the shadows is traditionally a female practice. That's all I'm saying.
I just say personal experience. Like, okay, I was in Jerusalem 3 years and in Hasidic Brooklyn 10 years. I never once went to an event where there was a woman who spoke. In fact, I never most of the events, I mean, besides for like weddings and of the events of like rabbinic courts, there were zero women present, period. And the school I went to was an all boys school. There were zero women, period. And a lot of the synagogues, although they had women's sections and on for prayer services, some women came, but the events, there were no women present, period. And so if you're claiming that somehow a woman was really in charge, you go, okay, there was I went to the
I
rabbi's
didn't say
house
a
and the
woman
rabbi
was
had his
really in
wife.
charge. I never once said a woman was really in charge. I said the Bible espouses virtues traditionally associated with female characteristics.
Well, that could be. I mean, you could even make the same, like if you go to Vrindavan, um, most of the temples have no women priests, and a lot of the temples have no women in them. Period. And if you go to like the gatherings of rishis, acharyas, um, most of them are all male spaces. Even um, the Arya Samaj, Lord Chaitanya, Shankaracharya, uh, most of those gatherings were all male. You talk like the debate of
Well, Swami Dayananda was open to teaching women the Vedas, so he was
well,
very,
I'm saying he might have
as you know, very liberal about that. So be
well, no,
fair
he
a little
might have
bit.
occasionally lectured women, but if you're talking about
No,
his
he
debate,
explicitly said he was open to teaching women the Vedas.
but if you look at his gatherings and his gatherings of other leaders and his debates, the
Yeah,
majority of them
okay, that
were
but
all male
you can
spaces.
chalk that up to saying it's a subject matter that tends to interest men more than women. And you can
Um,
just chalk that up to disposition.
well, so if you were forming, and so that's where I'm coming from. This question of men being ignored. So I'm looking at it historically in the majority of cultures till a few hundred years ago. Most educational, leadership, legal places were all male spaces. And so you could historically argue and say, well, what was the role of women among Dayananda Swami? What recreate all the events and the speeches and the debates
Look,
and
he
say,
said
well,
he was open to teaching women the Veda. What the hell more do you want?
yeah, but what does it mean? I means like Maimonides. You teach like women are like you teach children. You teach children. You teach women. Women have the mental level like children. It doesn't mean they don't get taught anything, but the women are only capable of understanding the Vedas or esoteric women at the level of children. It doesn't mean that as if baby Dayananda
Yeah, he
meant that.
never said that, okay?
I mean, Dayananda set up schools that like for women, like they're the Arya Samaj. There's hundreds of schools across India, and a lot of those were girls' schools, and they taught them certain things. But it didn't mean that he didn't support a patriarchy or he was grooming women for leadership. It just meant that he thought that women should be educated. You have to do. I
Which
didn't
is
prepare.
a very progressive thing for someone of that background. So it's something.
Well, it could be, but he was saying that if you're claiming that he was espousing female leadership or just was espousing females should be educated. And then even if you're
He
claiming,
said
like,
women should be allowed to learn the Veda if they
but
want.
was he saying that historically all male institutes should allow women in them? Are you claiming that he said that? And are you possibly incorrect that he didn't imply that all male spaces should allow women into them?
Look, I'm just going by the quote that I'm familiar with, which is that he said women should be allowed to learn the Veda. I don't know under what circumstances specifically, but I'm sure his intention was minimizing harm in doing so.
Yeah, I don't know if there was ever a prohibition against women learning the Vedas. You're just saying that when there's disputes about women in leadership and just saying, well, learning the Veda because you're going to become like a guru or become a leadership position. It's like, no, you should learn the Veda. It'll make you a better person. It'll make you a better mother. It'll make you better at your duties. but like not that you're gonna rise to leadership for positions that were historically designated for males.
Yeah, so I think we're pretty far off topic here. I still think I can make my argument because, yeah, of all the reasons that I stated. Another thing I was thinking about being ignored was the testimony from some transgender men who felt ignored upon transitioning. So I could anecdotally reference that and say, well, they were living as women, then now they're living as men. They feel ignored. There's a documentary of someone who did that, and I guess she was trying to prove stuff about the patriarchy, and she lived as a man and ended up, not. Or she ended up changing her mind anyway, and yeah, I think it's a pretty sad story because she killed herself. Like, do you know what I'm talking about? You
No, I
would
mean you're
know.
referring to who are you referring to, or what story?
A woman who went undercover as a man for a year to try to like expose the patriarchy, and then decided that she changed her mind and that it actually wasn't that easy to be a man.
Was this like a fiction tale or a modern
No, it was a
ancient
real
story?
thing. Like, it was a real girl who really dressed up as a guy and passed herself off as a guy for a year to try to get the male point of view experience. I mean, I don't know if the audience, you can look this up easily, but yeah, Doovid has not heard of this, but there
Well,
are some stories like that, so I could
I'm sure there is.
point
I
to
mean,
that.
but I mean, you're talking about something that happened recently in the West, or like in India, or you're talking ancient
In the
times,
West recently, yeah.
and then I mean, because obviously it'd be different. I mean, like obviously Barbara Streisand's movie, like Yenta or something like that, where if you're referring to a point in time where you had all male spaces, so if a woman did that to gain access to all male spaces that she wouldn't have had access to, or if you're talking about now where
It's called Self-Made Man. Like, I haven't read this or anything. I just sort of know about it in passing, but I've got it on the screen right now.
I'm not seeing it. If you're sharing, it's not going. It's not okay. I see it. Um, well, let's try to focus on this ignored because I'm 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 looking at the issue like a lot of people have just never lived in that cultural or society of gender segregation. That they haven't experienced all male spaces in a way where um, it's just gender segregation. That's the way it is. Um, and yeah, I mean, certainly you could be ignored as a male in an all male space. Like people are always ignored. Um, I argued with Ashley. I was mentioning the nature of how hierarchy is formed, and so my understanding, what I was making the point is that hierarchy is formed in a different way in all male spaces, probably in all female spaces than in mixed spaces, and that currently. So I'm also saying that the break in gender segregation is a modern phenomenon. So if you want to say there's a few changes in modern society, so like Andrew Wilson's wife, authored her like anti-feminism book, and she's doing like historical analysis of feminism and when of these things wrote, if there's like women's suffrage, and I forget the various things of I can't even think of the word that was one of the first parts of women's right, like the certain marriage laws or something. But if you're looking at a legal status of women getting the right to vote, uh, women possibly not being considered property, women being able to choose their own partner, um, as opposed to the arrangement of marriage, and so on and so on. That most of these things happened relatively recently in history, within the last 150 years, and then in the last 30 or 40 years you have a whole bunch of changes where you've basically switched theoretically to a completely egalitarian society. and that has completely changed the nature of society and human interaction. And without like a question of fairness, and just saying the challenges for men and females has drastically changed. And it's changed in a way for men in a way that they're not prepared for. And I'm sure women are facing a whole bunch of difficulties also. But if you're focusing on the male issue of specifically the problems today facing society that are unique to males, and theoretically how women have an easier time getting ahead. So you just to throw in a guy I didn't mention at the beginning, which is you basically one of the main fresh and fit arguments, the Myron Gaines why women deserve less, is that women have the best of both world options. That women could try to compete in the men's world and get a job and you get ahead economically, rise to a position of power, or they could, say so to say, fall back upon being supported by a male, as where men do not have that option, where men are forced to go out into the world and struggle for survival and don't have the fallback of you're just getting married, having children, being supported by a male. And that's biological or structured into nature. And so that's what like Myron Gaines' Fresh and Fit main argument of what structurally gives women the advantage is that women have this fallback option of being taken care of that men do not have.
I don't know if all women have that option, but okay. More women have that option than men. Sure.
Yeah, or something that generally it's something that I mean there might be a rare anomaly, but I'm not saying that's an option available to all women or but it's an option that's uniquely available to women and largely unavailable to men.
Lisa in the chat says she supported her ex husband via child support payments. So, I mean, it does happen, but sure.
Yeah, there might be some exceptions, but you're saying even generally, I mean, this if you watch like the Value Entertainment, Patrick Ben David, um, I'm not if sure the guy he's actually from Detroit originally, Sosnick from Value Entertainment, who's Patrick Ben David's streaming partner, who's also connected with Fresh and Fit or Destiny. I'm not sure if you've seen any of those,
No, I don't think so.
but mean to say, so they had an event with like a whole bunch of women or Fresh and Fit, and you're saying like where Fresh and Fit will say in the panel is that in order for a man to get up on the stage, they have to do a hell of a lot of work and be accomplished. The women who are up on stage are there purely based off them being a woman. And I mean, because they have a potential value to a man. And saying that, okay, for me to be an accomplished man, I have to do something. I have to struggle. I have to go out into the world and accomplish something. As where a woman has a value, even if she hasn't accomplished anything, just as her value to a man that will provide for her. And so when you go on the podcast, meaning to say like, okay, like, and they talk about the nature of the internet, and so it used to be where if you were a pretty girl from a small town, um, you didn't know your options, so you could like you could have a chance with like the pretty girl from your high school. But now the pretty girl from your small town, she will be on the internet, and some wealthy man in a big city will pick her up and invite her to his yacht or their party simply based on her youth and attractiveness. And it's skewed the dating market. And I mean, this goes back to the dating market, but I was mentioning that this structural balance that favors women, that women could be benefited purely off their status of being able to bear children, that men don't have. So I forgot to mention at the beginning that that's probably the most significant of the Myron Gaines expression fit arguments.
Society ignores men because women can get taken care of because they can have kids.
Well, if you're the yeah, I mean, so if you're one of the few females in the math and physics program and you don't cut and don't make it out, a lot of the men might be thinking like, okay, like she's not really cut out for the program, but that's all right. I need a wife and she's interested in math and physics, so like I'll take care of her and she could become my wife, even though she failed the program or wasn't cut out for the program. As opposed to if you're a male and you don't and you get cut out of the program, you just get cut out. There's nothing for you to fall back on. No one's gonna, that no one's gonna, try to make you their wife.
Right.
There's just a structural advantage that women have in society that's saying like you, if we're we're in the same math program and we're both hardly cutting it, I will be ignored. I will be dropped from the program and forgotten. You, as a woman, one of the men, possibly one of the top men, the alphas who are doing well in the program, they will catch you in your fall and take you as their wife. And so that would be a case where men would be ignored and allowed to fall through and suffer the consequences of failing in the competition, as where the woman would be protected from her failure in the open market of competition through the fallback of becoming a wife and mother.
Alrighty. I see what you're saying.
Well, so that's the main, I guess, the fresh and fit argument that he's done. I think he said the main thing. He's had over 3,000 women on his channel. He's been doing the panels of women for years now. And like that's what he does every single, 3 times a week. He makes these arguments again and again, and constantly women disagree. And that's why he has the recurring show, because every week he's got more women that will come in and disagree with him. Um, so I'm not sure if you're, I mean, you're taking the right side, so to say, in this argument. So if you're saying that he's wrong in that, or you're saying you acknowledge that. So if you're,
Well, I'm not going to take uh, attack that paints people as victims. I don't. I really don't like that because I find it to be not espousing certain traditional virtues.
well, the traditional version means like even the Andrew Tate, or even say biblical perspective, uh, masculine patriarchal is there is an obligation to protect women, and the obligation to protect men is less. So if a man falls through the cracks, he will be ignored, he will be put to work, he will be beaten into submission. As opposed to if a woman falls through the crack, she will be protected and provided for. And that's part of the patriarchal nature. And say, well, that's like you were talking about the Bible, that's the biblical system where women have to be protected and men could be ignored. So say if a man falls through the crack, he could be forced into
So you're
slavery.
kind of agreeing with me that maybe the biblical attitude leads to protecting women and ignoring men.
I 100% agree with that. You just said therefore you thought it was offered by women.
I just thought maybe it would be something that would recontextualize the discussion more objectively. It's not a strong position that I have.
Meaning to say that if I was a father and had daughters and sons, that my sons, at when they became a man, I might force them out into the world to struggle to survive, even if they perished due to the struggle. As were the girls, I would likely keep in the house until they were married or had another man to protect them until that situation. It would be my obligation as a father to protect the women, so from a biblical perspective, like when the son becomes a man, it's his time to go to war, his time to go into business, and however you trained him, now he has to go out into the world and struggle, and will succeed with what with his efforts and what you've taught him as a father, as opposed to your daughters. You don't send them out into the world, you continually protect them until they get married, and then that protection is transferred to their husband. And that's, the biblical nature. So you're saying, yes, it favors women. Women are required to be protected. The father has to protect the woman their whole life unless he transfers that protection to the to a husband. And that's not the same with a son. The son could be required as soon as he becomes a man to go off to war, to go out and struggle in the world, even though he might fail, even though, so to say, be ignored. The women are never ignored like that. The women are, biblically, patriarchally commanded to be protected at all times throughout their whole life. In the Bible, the difference, like, you must protect the orphan and the widow. So the orphan is protected as a child, like the male orphan, you have to protect the male orphan as a child. However, the widow, after her husband dies, then also she has to be protected. So that I mean that's a nature that women have biblically have a protected status their whole life. It's the obligation of the community to protect women, and that's once they become a widow in their old age, then it's also a communal obligation. That's not the same case for a man. That like a widower there isn't listed in the Bible. Like, look after the stranger, the orphan, and the widow. So it's a specific protection for women.
Great. So I guess I've got tons of evidence then.
What if you're evidence that
The Bible causes preferential attitudes towards traditionally female dispositions.
what if you're saying, okay, like, Sami Hake might agree with you here. They say, okay, like, men, in the sense that you say, okay, are men ignored? In the sense, like, no, you're a man. You're not ignored. You're forced to become a man. You don't force a woman to become a man. She continues to deserve a protected status her whole lifetime, purely based on her status as a woman. And so the man gets ignored to the extent that you subject him to the elements. Like, dude, you're a man. You got to go out into the world and become a man. And if you fail, you will perish. You're not required to be protected. And so if you're saying that, like, okay, like, it's not a problem like incels that men are being ignored, it's the God ordained status that women will be protected even if they fail, as opposed to men who will be forced into the world and forced to become men. If they perish, so be it.
It's more just like what I said, that the Bible promotes traditionally female priorities. That's it.
Well, I'm not sure. Probably it just it. I mean, no, because that's why I was disagreeing. That the Bible is almost completely directed to men, and one of the
Have you
obligations.
not heard what I've said? Am I going to have to say it a third time? It contains stories about people. That is female. Stories about people. I don't want to say gossip, but it's gossip adjacent.
What you could say, because, like, that's the traditional men talk about ideas,
Women, it's more
women
of a
talk
women,
about
it's more
people.
of a female characteristic here. Like, I'm trying to be nuanced about this, but it's more of a female characteristic to care about stories about people.
Well, it's a current, which would be considered sexist stereotype about math and science. Men are interested in ideas, and women are interested in people.
So
It's
you
like
can see
women.
how I would say that the Bible, on that meta level, is it trends towards a female disposition. Even though there's males in the stories, the mere fact of containing stories makes it effeminate.
Well, maybe the Christian Bible more so than the Hebrew Bible, because I know the Hebrew Bible is more about law than stories. The Hebrew Bible contains stories, but no, man, the Hebrew Bible is more about laws.
Okay, but obeying rules, another female virtue. So a big list of rules, that's a female wet dream, Doovid.
No, I don't think so.
Right. Well, you cannot think so, but you got to look at the evidence.
The evidence that women are more likely to, I mean,
Being
if you,
obsessed with obeying rules is traditionally a female characteristic. Doesn't mean it's only women that do it. Doesn't mean that women can't be the other way. Doesn't mean that men can't be that way. It just means that it's traditionally a female characteristic. Submission to rules, female virtue. So something that centers around rules, again, female disposition. If it was something centering around, I don't know, cowboys in space, I might think, ah, male disposition. But even the fact of it being a story, female disposition.
yeah, maybe we have to break this into steps because I might hear you making that claim, although I'm not sure that I've heard that before or necessarily agree. So I said there's a common maxim that
Obeying
men,
rules is not a stereotypically male characteristic. The stereotypical male characteristic associated with rules is the I will do whatever I want, make my own rules, maverick, free thinker cliche, if you want to call it that.
um, possibly, although I think it's, you might be looking at it from the wrong level because, we go back to the common statement, men are interested in ideas, women are interested in people. And so rules and laws are ideas that, like meta, that, and so your question, like why the Bible,
Laws
you
aren't
said the
really
Bible
ideas.
focuses
Laws
on
are
stories.
conventions that you enforce with the threat of violence. A convention you enforce with the threat of violence isn't really an idea, it's more of a convention.
So,
Space travel, that's an idea.
I mean, if you're looking, you have to break it down. So if you want to look at like laws in terms of ideas and even abstract
I
thought,
don't
because
need to break it down because I'm not going to change my mind on this because laws are connected to death. Ideas aren't really connected to death. So, totally different.
we're talking like rules and the connection to enforcement versus the just the general, that rules are an abstract concept and abstract concepts are,
Holding rules over people under threat of death.
but that's still
Female thing or
abstract.
male thing?
That's still an abstraction of the existence of rules or the enforcements of rules. That's abstractions of male quality. The abstract thought in general, they're saying men focus on ideas, women focus on people. Women tell stories about people, men talk about ideas, mechanisms, like engineering. Men tinker with objects and build things. Women talk about people. So if you're talking about, and then even back to the question of the Bible, because you said the Bible focuses on stories, and I disagree. So the Bible, although it has stories in it, that the Bible is focuses on law, or at least the Hebrew
Okay,
prophets.
so there's a big list of laws in the Bible.
You have to break it down, but yeah, I'd say there's probably more laws in the Bible than stories.
So it's just lists of laws.
Yeah, probably about half of the Bible is basically just lists of rules.
Right? So I already explained how that's feminine.
Well, you just asserted it. You didn't explain it. You just
Yeah, I
asserted it.
explained it by saying that obeying rules is a stereotypically female characteristic. Therefore, long lists of rules would accord with a female disposition.
Um, you just asserted it. I mean,
Well,
you
you
didn't.
want to say
It's,
that women don't like obeying rules?
well, if I would,
Because
no,
you can feel free to take that position, but the
I
evidence
would say no.
doesn't
That
line up with it.
women are more likely to accept authority, and men are more likely to fight authority. But the question of rules, and it's not necessarily women are more into rules. Women are just more more accepting of authority, and men are more likely to push back against authority. So the rules are part of an authority structure, but that women are not necessarily rule based, they're authority based. And that also goes back to the stories that women are more like, they obey authority figures, or they obey abstract set of rules. And so we say, like, this is the rule, as opposed to this is the authority structure. So women obey the authority, as where an abstract concept of rules is more masculine.
Abiding a principle is masculine. A
Anything
bunch of
abstract is
rules,
masculine.
a bunch of rules is not, yeah, exactly. That makes it more concrete because it's a list of rules.
So
So an
authority,
abstract principle can be summarized succinctly, which would be the stereotypically male disposition, which is not the case here at all.
I mean, possibly, but I mean, I'm not sure if you're trying to.
Not trying to do anything. I'm trying to defend my position in a way that doesn't make me look like an idiot. And I think that there's arguments on both sides, and I don't really want to be in a position that I have to defend against something that I don't feel comfortable defending against. So I want to be clear about what it is exactly that I'm asserting.
When we go back to this kind of like patriarchy, biblical structure
But if you
of,
compare Hinduism to the Bible, then you got to agree Hinduism favors traditionally male dispositions, and the Bible comparatively is much more female.
I'm not sure. 'Cause I think the Hinduism Vedas also support the same patriarchal structure, that women get protected. Women have to be protected solely due to their female status, as where men could be forced into the elements. I mean, say that you have to earn your way into the patriarchy, as where women don't have to earn their way; they have to be protected, and that's uh, equal among the Vedas and the biblical tradition. I mean, part of the patriarchy is women have to be protected irregardless of their own personal accomplishments, as where men, protection is based on some sort of social contract and commitment. And so say that men could get ignored and tossed to the elements and accepted their demise because they failed, as where there's the patriarchy necessarily defends women, that women are never put to the test, where of potentially being demised. They're always in a protected status, and that's the same in Hinduism.
Yeah, but then I have to define patriarchy the opposite way everyone else is defining it, which I'm not going to do that.
What means saying that the patriarchy
The
means
the
that
traditional idea associated with the patriarchy is that it favors men. You're saying, well, actually, it favors women by giving them a social safety net. I'm saying that's not necessarily the case because that could just be espousing a male virtue.
I didn't use the word favors, but you're saying it has different roles, and so say that in certain benefits, there's certain advantages to being a woman and certain advantages to being male, certain disadvantages. So the disadvantage of being a female is you're precluded from the authority ruling structure, and the higher um, communal functions. The advantage of being a woman is that you're protected and you're provided for, and so if you're a male, you're you have the possibility of entering into the authority structure that women don't have. However, if you're male, you also have the potential of failing at the task and perishing to the elements that women are protected from. As I said,
Right.
like if you have a son, at some point you have to send him out into the world, and if he fails and he dies, he dies. You can't like, oh, my son is weak, he's a wimp, he got beat, and therefore you took him back into the house. He's like, no, he's a man. He has to go out and make his way as a man, and if he dies, he dies. God forbid, as where the woman will perpetually be protected. She will never be put to the test like that. However, at the same time, the woman will never be able to reach the hierarchical power structure that is based on that harsher system. Some of the patriarchy has advantages and disadvantages, and say, I mean, it's the famous rabbinic joke that I've heard it Jewish weddings, like almost like half of Jewish weddings, the rabbi tells the joke, saying that the woman will be in charge of the house and the man will be in charge of uh, communal affairs, and the rest of your life you're going to argue about that boundary. But it's saying that some point the woman will have she'll be in charge of the children and maintaining the house, and the man will go into the world in order to stabilize that house that the woman runs. But the woman is never obligated to. The woman is always within that protected boundary, and that's the benefit of a woman being in the patriarchy. Is you're protected. You don't have to fight. You don't have to go out and seek a livelihood. You don't have to be worried about perishing to the elements. There'll always be a man who is required to do that for you. As I mentioned, even the widow, from your father to your husband to if you outlive your husband as a widow, you are still afforded those protection. That's the same in Hinduism. I mean, are you disagreeing with that fundamental nature of the historical patriarchal structure that
Well,
tends
it's just
to.
a bit confusing because you're trying to say, well, patriarchy is good for women, but the narrative with patriarchy is that it's not good for women and it's something that's oppressed women definitionally and advantaged men unfairly. So you're saying go against that narrative.
No,
And I'm
I mean,
saying
I didn't
I
use
don't
that
mind
language.
going against a narrative, but I don't know if I want to take on every narrative at once. Like I kind of want to make my point so it's actually salient in the context
I
of
didn't
that
make any
debate.
value judgments in terms. I didn't use. I don't think I used the word good or bad. So I'm saying historically, I went into detail about how society's changed over the last 150 years, and I didn't make a value judgment, good or bad. If you're talking about the Bible or the Vedas or patriarchy being divinely ordained, um, that also wouldn't be like if you. I wouldn't make a good or bad value judgment. You're saying that if it's divinely ordained, if it's a natural way, and you say it has advantages and
Well, I'm not
disadvantages.
even necessarily on board with the patriarchy framework. The question is, are men unappreciated in society? Not is the patriarchy real? Because I think that if I'm going to say that the Bible promotes female values, to argue that what we live in is a patriarchy is a bit of a stretch because it wouldn't be a patriarchy. It would be a matriarchy by my definition because it promotes female breeding preferences through all the empirical evidence I've listed so far.
Yeah, because you started with your biblical argument, so we haven't even really focused on the current status of society to to look at it. So you're just looking at ignored in the sense that you could argue even till today that just say that women are rarely ignored. I mean, everybody could be ignored to a certain element, but I'm saying women generally always have the option of being protected, as where men often do not have the option of being protected. And so if you're a man, you could feel like if I was just a woman, I would not be forced to struggle in the same way that I could just simply be protected and provided for. And so, if you're especially if you're a male who looks like you're failing the test, and it's just like the incel, I'm failing the test of being able to find a woman and reproduce, but I'm failing the test of being able to provide for myself, having food, having a livelihood, and you feel that because I'm a male that I will be allowed to fail and I will perish, I will suffer. And if I was a female, that the downward losses would be minimized. And trying to put that
Okay,
in terms
so
like ignored into the sense like, yes, I'm a male, they will let me fall through the cracks and suffer and die. And if I was a woman, they would not let me fall through the cracks and suffer and die, in that sense of ignored. And so I'm saying that is probably always been the case, even in biblical hierarchy, patriarchy till today.
okay.
You're playing for higher stakes as a male as a male you could be ignored, you could fall through the cracks and suffer and die to a higher extent than a female. Are
Okay.
you disagreeing with that analysis?
No, not disagreeing with it. I just think you can say women have a higher biological disgust reflex, and so their tendency to ignore men is innate. So if their preferences are exerted at the level of society, then one of the results will be ignoring as a result of a disgust reflex. Men have a much lower disgust reflex, hence the propensity for chasing anything with legs.
Yes, if you're going to do a debate strategy, you probably want to clearly differentiate what you're talking about, things that
What
might
do you think
be.
about that argument, though?
Repeat it again.
That women have a higher innate, on the whole, aggregate, innate disgust reflex. And being disgusted by something leads to you ignoring it. And if women's preferences, as my thesis states, are being exerted at the societal level, then part of those preferences is to ignore men, which they find disgusting on aggregate. That's
Um,
my argument. Please, in the chat, if you have any thoughts. Like, I think that this argument is awesome. I think it's pimp tight, but please feel free to throw your
yeah, I mean,
comments.
it's possible. I'm not sure. If you're talking like disgust is a specific biological reactions. It's like certainly in
Well,
like the
you can
case.
think of disgust as something that, like, have you ever like smelled vomit and wanted to throw up?
Um,
Anyway, some people this
I know
happens
what the
to them.
disgust reaction is.
So
If you're
so some
talking,
people have more disgust than others, and I'm saying I'm pretty sure I can find some empirical evidence that women statistically are inclined towards a higher disgust, because I'm pretty sure I've read that somewhere.
yeah, that's something like if it's just an assertion that would need some sort of validation, like some sort of claim. So if you're giving like an Andrew Wilson type argument about women will never do the jobs that men do, like so to say, the disgusting jobs, um, the hard labor, prisons, law enforcement, maybe sanitation, garbage collection, janitorial, and that's related to a disgust reactions. I'm not sure if how much of the Crucible or Andrew Wilson you've watched of these type arguments that he gives. They're somewhat generic. Like I remember as a kid, just kind of obvious type things that like, well, how many women are you're Pearl Davis?
No, I
Yeah,
don't. I don't like to watch stuff that's just complaining about problems. So I don't really. I stay away from that stuff.
well, I'm trying to connect that because it's a common argument to the disgust reaction, and to say, well, for relate, but yeah, because well, women have that's an assertion that could probably be tested and may or may not be accurate, and I can't validate, and I could make arguments to say, well, I wouldn't change a diaper, a woman would change a diaper, because like it would be disgusting to me. Um, maybe even like generally like female tasks like cleaning the toilet or cleaning type things
Well, is
that
it
are
men or women who are usually the deciding factor in whether sex is happening?
well, let's say women are the gatekeepers to sex, men are the
Women
gatekeepers
tend to
to
be the.
marriage.
Is it conceivable that the gatekeeping is because of a biological heightened disgust?
Yeah, that's one of the Myron Gainisms that women are the gatekeepers to sex, men are the gatekeepers to marriage. But what's that have to
Okay.
discuss? Do you think that is there an unequal,
You're not going to
um,
want to fuck someone you're disgusted by.
but there's a difference between a male and a female?
Well, if a man is less choosy than a woman on average, then that means he's less disgusted by women than women are by him. If disgust is the reason people aren't fucking, which is totally reasonable, I think.
Um, Yeah, it's hard to, I mean, if you're talking like
I
disgust
think
as
I think that in our society, we're not used to thinking of attraction as the absence of disgust, but I do think it's in this case, it's a fair argument.
you'd have to different, I mean, because it really, you're gonna hit the heart problem of consciousness. If you're
No, I'm
talking about,
not,
well, you are, because if you're talking about disgust
but I have a
as,
solution to it, so I don't it's not a problem for me to run into the hard problem of consciousness because all I have to do is think about it and I'll know the answer.
well, if you're talking about disgust as something biological or physical or something psychological, mind dependent,
It
and
doesn't
the
really
state,
matter how it happens. If all I'm presenting is a model that makes predictions, it doesn't really matter how that works, whether it's mind first or biological. I mean, anyone, I think it's an easy thing to relate to, especially for women of being disgusted by a lot of men.
well, even because even when you mentioned disgust, you mentioned smell. So you think like disgust, you're thinking smell or taste,
I wasn't thinking about
or
smell or taste.
visual disgust.
I was
So,
talking about a general revulsion upon looking at a person.
I mean, like fat, poor skin condition. I mean, 'cause disgust is most often based on smell. I mean, you also
Honestly,
have disgust taste,
what
but the thing,
disgusts people is somewhat personal. Like, I know that some people like, I honestly, I don't get all that disgusted because I don't take stuff personally, but I'm just speaking sort of objectively.
well, that's why I talk about the hard problem of conscience. So if you're talking about disgust as an involuntary reaction that I was saying is not dependent upon the hard problem of consciousness, because you're talking about the
It is
involuntary.
dependent on it, but it doesn't require a solution to it to talk about because we can just talk about the phenomenon of being disgusted, and it's something people can relate to. So how it's coming about hopefully won't even come up in the debate because it's significantly more complicated of a topic to go into.
What mean to say that, I mean, you're going back to why I was saying the women being protected as opposed to the men would be ignored and tossed to the elements, that I would, that like the Andrew Wilson argument of jobs that no woman would do. A woman would be disgusted by it, like a woman wouldn't end up in sanitation, garbage disposal, hard labor, as where a man, even though they're disgusted by it, um, end up in those fields anyways, because they don't have a choice in the matter, that they have to, they don't have the choice of being protected and providing
I'm
for.
not saying men don't get disgusted. I'm just saying that they're statistically less predisposed towards it.
Yeah, I mean, it's, if you're gonna make
I
some
mean,
sort
why do
of,
guys send pictures of their dick?
God forbid, I
It's
mean,
fucking disgusting, but they don't think that because they think, "Oh, I wish she would send me a picture of her private parts." So, I don't think what I'm saying is unevidenced. And getting a dick pic, at least for me, okay, from my own personal experience as a female, if it's not from someone you really love, it's freaking gross as hell.
yeah, I would agree with you. I mean, God forbid, I've never done that. Wouldn't recommend it. I could see possibly males do it. Although I could also see like,
Yeah, so my disgust, my relatively different disgust between the sexes hypothesis explains the dick pic phenomenon.
yeah, I would say that um, female sexual parts are also repulsive, also disgusting. There's a difference between, like, so to say, God forbid. I mean, even just to talk
That
about it.
doesn't mean that a lot of men wouldn't be extremely happy to receive vulva pictures.
So that's degenerate. So if attraction to
You
breasts,
need to take your own opinions out of it just to be able to discuss the topic objectively here. Like,
yeah,
this
but
is
I mean,
about
if I
tendencies.
have a healthy,
This is about
to me that
meta-analysis.
to me that would be like disgusting or repulsive, in the sense that, yeah, but okay, there's a male sexual drive, although the female genitalia itself is disgusting and repulsive. It's unclean. It's by nature unclean.
All right. Well, if anyone ever questioned Doovid's sexual purity right now, you need to be skeptical of your skepticism because
And I even say like the breasts are a
and you
little bit
better not
different.
send a single unsolicited vulva pic to Doovid. Did you hear
Yeah,
that,
and God
internet?
forbid. I mean, breast might be a little bit different because you're thinking of, not necessarily sex, but milk or something like that. That'd be, but the if it's related to the reproductive system, but the female genitalia itself is actually is disgusting. It's unclean.
Like, I could actually I realized that I could take the opposite position in this debate, but I don't think I should. So
And
I'll just
even
say,
in
"Cool opinion, bro," and we can move on.
yeah, I mean, even from Vedic or biblical law, like, it creates a ritual state of impurity. The female
Oh,
genitalia
there's Vedic scripture about how ugly the vagina is that right?
no, but it creates a ritual state of impurity, like the menstrual blood taboo. It's inherently impure. That, I mean, that it's still,
That's
part
because
of
it's a shedding, not
yeah,
because it's female.
but I'm saying in well, it's unique to females, and even in traditional biblical or Vedic law, women become ritually impure and have to be separated during that time of month because it causes them an impure status. And if you come in contact with the woman, you become impure, and then you become ineligible to perform uh, ritual uh, ritual functions. And that's still even in the local Hindu temples here, it's still women can't serve the deities when they're in a state of ritual impurity, and males who come in contact with their wives even during that period are also I mean, say that if you have you can't serve the deity after having relations with your wife. It puts you the sexual contact with your even your wife under proper circumstances causes you to enter a state of ritual impurity, which means you're ineligible to perform the ritual functions until you're out of that state of ritual impurity. But I don't know this
Okay.
deviation of this, if it's like a disgust function, but it's saying like people who
It
are
was just about my argument about, like, it's not men aren't being ignored because there's a conspiracy to ignore men. They're being ignored because female preferences are instantiated at the level of society, and one of female preferences on a statistical level is disgust, which would then lead to men being ignored.
yeah, I mean, possibly. I mean, I could see that as an argument. I'm just thinking like, okay, like if you're thinking like
Well, I
I'm
think
like
it follows pretty easily from the bit about the Bible preferencing female virtues.
I mean, say like, okay, besides the father as a mother, that if you're a mother to a son and a daughter, that you wouldn't send your daughter to suffer the elements, but you would send your son. Even with your natural protective status of your son, still as a mother, you would it's different from your daughter. You would at a certain point, the son has became a man. It's time for him to go out and do something, even though, and you would be willing as a mother to send him into the unprotected status of the larger world that you wouldn't be willing for your daughter. And I don't even know if that would goes to a disgust, like if women have the reason, the connect that because of this disgust reaction is why women can't face the world unprotected, to say the man has to face the world unprotected. All the various things that are too on too disgusting for women, like prisons, hard labor, waste management, even like medicine, um, are reserved for men. I mean, I'm trying to bolster your argument that why women the part of this protective barrier where women are not sent out is related to that disgust factor. And if it's biologically related, if there are studies that show you are accurate and that women do biologically have a larger disgust factor, and it's like I've done a lot of disgusting things. Like I volunteered at hospitals and soup kitchens, and there's some women there, but like a lot of times it's only men. And I've been to prisons, volunteer in prisons, dealing in dangerous situations. And it's like, yeah, I could see as a woman that it's disgusting. Like you don't belong there. You shouldn't go there. You couldn't even be forced to go there, as were the man. And that's largely why women are always within the protective bounds of society. Like that men are the only people that are pushed out of these protective boundaries, and it doesn't matter if you're disgusted. that yeah, there's countless times in my life that I've done things that are disgusting, and it's just like, well, you're a man, man up. um right, so there is no woman up. Maybe, okay, you have a kid, you got to change your kid's diapers or something like that, but a certain aspect of, okay, like, I'm thinking like the house function. Okay, like you got to clean the toilet or something, you got to scrub the floor, do the dishes. Maybe that's not that disgusting, but to the larger world, like construction, or like plumbing, it's disgusting. Like, well, man up. There is no parallel female up expression, because like, no, there is no female up. A woman has a right to be disgusted. Like, I will not do that. As we're a man, like, man up. I don't care that you're disgusted.
Yeah, so I Googled it and it looks like there's a lot of research that supports what I said.
But are you agreeing with my assessment that's related to this protective barrier, that women are never forced to face the elements, as where men are expected?
Well, I mean,
Or
you could make a further argument that the uh what is the word? Sexual dimorphism led to a situation where men were on the outside protecting women on the outside, which then led to the situation where the higher disgust evolved by virtue of women being protected physically. I mean, that's to me a separate argument, but I think it's a strong argument as well, if that's what you're saying.
well, if I phrased it and maybe call it unknown, women are never expected to face unknown challenges. Unknown challenges always go to the men. And saying it's like disgust. So women have a disgust, like, what disgust is, if you want to call it, protection against death. And so or it's discussed as a protectory measure, mostly through smell and protection against disease, or something like that. I mean, the disgust could be visual or taste. That, I mean, because if you taste disgust, it's already into your mouth. So like, most disgust reaction comes from smell, and it's a some sort of protective measure. And if you have a visual um, disgust measure, it's a protection against danger. And so the woman has a right to be like, I'm a woman. I should be protected against danger, and so has a stronger disgust measure, I mean, as opposed to a male who um, doesn't have the privilege of being protected. The male doesn't have the privilege of being disgusted, and even biologically, like that. Okay, the woman's going to bear children. The woman, is going to be pregnant for multiple months, and then has to um, breastfeed or raise the child for multiple years, and the health of the child is based on the woman not getting disease, as opposed to, even the man gets disease, it's much more dangerous for the woman to get disease, so on and so on. That it makes sense that what you're saying is accurate, and yeah, it probably is an interesting point. I've never heard it mentioned, and I'm also agreeing that I think it relates to this patriarchal function of women being protected. And this relate well, men are supposed to be ignored, to the extent where it's like, well, I don't want to do it, you don't want to do it, and it's going to say, well, man up, I'm a woman. Like, 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 no way. Right, like, there, you could think of 100 scenarios where there would be a common challenge, and if me and you, or let's say you and your husband, or you and your you don't have brothers, or a situation, and it'd just be like, well, who's going to do it? And you'd be like, well, I'm a woman, I'm not going to do it, you're the man, this is a job for a man. Right.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's tons of evidence that supports the position. That's why I think it's pretty strong.
Yeah, I mean, if you put that related to the biological function of childbirth or something like that, like, I need to be protected to make sure the child is healthy and that I could care for the children.
That's
And
hard. That's hard to do. I think that the easiest argument is to say that women will resemble children more because they have to deal with children more. So they'll just be more similar to children generally. So the affection that people give to children sort of extends to women to an extent because they have a more childlike appearance. But I think that's a bit harder of an argument to make.
Well, I mean, like, the Destiny Andrew Wilson, now they've done like 10 of these already, God forbid. So like, the Destiny Andrew Wilson debate on this issue has happened like 10 times already. But I'm pretty sure one of the multiple times now they've argued this. There's danger, there's a thief, there's an intruder at the door. You're saying like that's the job for the man, and I'm not sure if that's related to the disgust, but it's also like if there's an insect, there's an animal, there's a some weird goo in the basement, there's some chemical, some smell. That's the job for the man. You like the plumbing. So like the woman, like okay, they're changing the diapers, but like okay, there's a plumbing problem. Like in the that's the job for the man. And if you're saying that that's biologically related to the disgust function, it'd be natural that the woman would be like, no, I'm not going to do it, and the man would have less aversion to doing something like that.
Yeah.
Even like the insect, like the woman, like she's all screaming like it's a spider or something like
Yeah,
it can be.
we can definitely substantiate this thesis with a lot of evidence.
And I mean, ignore is a tough word. So like I'm saying, well, you're saying the man is being ignored because if there's
I'm saying several things, but that in this case, the step of the reasoning is that I guess if you're disgusted by something, then you'll be more likely to ignore it.
well, it's saying that men, so I'm putting it like in relation to the topic that society allows men to fall through the cracks and perish much more than women from the beginning till today, even with modern feminism. Like through the patriarchy, when you had women that weren't able to enter all male spaces or power, there was still like the women were protected, and in all situations of all times, men were able to fall through the cracks and perish, and that's some sort of biological constant in terms of are men being ignored? Well, yes, of course, that's the nature of being a man. That to say that you have to struggle to survive, you have to prove yourself, and if you fail the test, you won't receive the same protection that society offers women. And that's I use the expression "man up." There is no "man up" expression for women.
Yeah, well, that does tell us that imbalance does tell us something for sure.
I mean, but presumably, like for the debate, you're talking. Okay, so there's two things. I mean, if you're doing your introduction, and I'm not sure if you prepared like a PowerPoint or something, or if you're already working on it, you're going to do a PowerPoint.
I haven't started. I have some notes that someone sent me who's interested in the topic that we could go over, but I haven't because I only have 5 minutes, so I figure I can make like four, at most five arguments. And as you can see, the ideas I have so far are somewhat complicated arguments, so I'm still sort of playing around
Well, just
with
to
how I'm
organize
going to
things,
do
and
it.
you separate your eternal arguments versus possibly things that have changed in modern society and could be um, returned to balance. Things that are natural and things that are out of balance. And I'd mention even if there's like the doshas or gunas or something that the temperament matter that men and women have a different temperament, and modern society has switched the nature of the temperament that has caused men to be out of a natural state of temperament that is puts men in uniquely a difficult situation that society is forcing us to be against our natural temperament. And you possibly make that if I don't know how you do that, but I just thought maybe you would do that through some sort of like dosha or
Well,
guna.
I would say that we have the female preference. We tend to valorize the female preference of obeying rules, and so people who either obey their own principles out of a sense of duty, or don't obey rules are punished by society.
Shaming. I mean, that's another thing that people talk about. Shaming as a female, a large. I mean, shaming on either technique side. Um, I just read Walter Isaacson's book on Elon Musk, and is the point that you made in terms of rule breaking. And Walter Isaac, like Elon Musk, likes to break rules. He doesn't like to be
I
told.
just know because I always have to go against rules in the interest of principle, and it's obviously something I don't like doing because then people are going to come out with their, feminine mind brainwashing, excuse me, and start to punish me for it. But that's what you get for sticking with a principle.
Well, if I just mentioning the point, possibly to um, in coordination with your point, or to strengthen your point, the Walter Isaacson's point about society, specifically Elon Musk, where he said America used to be more attuned to rule breakers, and now it has more gatekeepers than rule breakers. And so Elon Musk is, disliked to a certain extent because he breaks rules, but at the same time, that's why he was able to do these great accomplishments. And Walter Isaacson's criticism that society now has much more gatekeepers than rule breakers used to. And Walter Isaacson did not make this point, but if you added the conjecture where we're talking about that could be a feminization of society in your relationship to rules, where in the masculine society there's more um, adventurism and reward for adventurism, and going against the rules, and with the increased
And I mean,
feminization.
what's like the maximum male archetype is the king. He's the ruler. He makes the rules. Making rules is pretty much the opposite of obeying them.
um,
I mean, it's not the opposite, but it's like a different procedure completely.
well, I mean, they go back to the same thing. Well, every man's a king of his household, but then versus the rabbinic dictum that the women run the household and the man run the interactions between the household and the larger world. That man's not even the king of his castle, or to a certain extent, like, well, I could go home and expect to be fed, and asked how my day at work was. However, um, my wife will make the rules of the household. There might be like some sort of rule, like I come home and I expect dinner to be ready, but internally within the household, um, that the woman will set the rules. But I mean, it's a tough measure. Like, and then what I went back to before, that rules are abstract in general and more favorable to the concept of following something abstract is more masculine in general.
I think it'd be easier to just say like the masculine tendency is to make rules, feminine tendency is to obey rules. So these are obviously like more of a cosmic principle of masculine femininity because everybody I think does want to obey rules. Uh Maybe I'm just projecting though.
Well, if you're talking about, I guess, abstract versus concrete rules, if you're going to accept the distinction that
Well, if it's
abstract
abstract,
rules.
I would call it a principle. And then when it becomes concrete, it's a rule. So to me, an abstract rule isn't really a thing.
Well, so okay, if it's in the household, it's so the rules of the household, like keeping the house clean or the order of things, where things go, those are concrete, as opposed to how the children should be raised are abstract. So like in a patriarchal, okay, like they're my sons, I will raise them according to my principles, as because that's abstract, as opposed to something like maybe concrete, that like the clothing that they wear, or the dress, or something like that. But there might be some differential of, even in the household, of abstract versus concrete rules.
Maybe, but I don't want to confuse the issue. And I think it's already a bit of a stretch to get people on board with the idea that there are feminine attitudes towards rules and masculine attitudes towards rules. Like I don't think necessarily that everybody's gonna see it that way. So I don't want to add something even more abstract on top of that if the audience is following the original argument.
Yeah, well, I mean, you want to because it's tough to know the direction of the conversation. You didn't talk with Hake or Ryan or Ashley, and it's you don't know how it's going to go. So the only control you have is your opening discussion and a debate strategy.
Yeah, I expect like statistics based leading questions from the opposition mainly. So I anticipate having to like improvise a response on the go because I don't know what they're gonna put to me.
You want to talk a few minutes? I'm gonna when I got eat something. I have like some sushi in my refrigerator or something. If you want to talk for a few minutes.
Sure. Are you gonna hear me?
Yeah, here I'll hear you fine.
Okay, I'll read the suggestions that I got. Homelessness. The majority of homeless people are men. Their vulnerabilities and need for support are often overlooked. Custody battles. The family court system is generally steered to favor the mother and is highly gynocentric in general. It is usually biased against men in child custody determinations. As a result, father feels underappreciated as parents and the furthering of the decay of nuclear family structure. Higher rates of suicide. Men have significantly higher rates of suicide. More focus needs to be placed on men's mental health and suicide prevention efforts. Work life balance. Expectations that men be primary breadwinners can discourage men from taking time off for family or flexible schedule. So this is mainly what Doovid was talking about, and I think probably a lot of what he's saying is like rooted in his own experience and maybe hasn't had much of a platform to discuss that aspect of his experience. So I am glad to get the male perspective because there is sort of like the question of, well, should I even be doing this debate in the first place? And I think under maybe better circumstances, the answer would be no, because arguably I'm just not enough of a subject matter expert without that lived experience of being of like going through, being male. So I'm gonna mention that. But at the same time, like I do have a unique experience in the sense that I've always gravitated towards male dominated spaces, but I've also enforced the traditionally male values of those spaces. So I have had a lot of friction with a certain kind of man, like the one who thinks he's alpha within the beta structure, trying to basically tone police me type thing. And so I have sympathy to, though I don't think I could ever speak for a man or really relate to male experience. Like I do have sympathy for getting constantly fucking shit on for being awesome, aka espousing traditionally male virtues like self-reliance, leadership, um, principle, math, physics, knowledge, philosophy. So yeah, like I could probably go on for more than 5 minutes just bitching about all the times I've gotten fucked over by randoms who just couldn't stand my embodiment of principle. So no, I can't speak to the whole thing, but I hopefully will offer a perspective that will clarify the issue and bring like tamper down some of that animosity because I agree it's like it's a touchy issue. Like I don't want to say anything that upsets anyone. So that's why I'm trying to bring it into a more abstract domain where we're not really picking out any one person and we're not saying men are getting treated all the same because clearly the evidence doesn't support like that. Like there is this, widely observable phenomenon of one guy having, basically a harem, which if you limit a large numbers that does leave you with a significant what have you excess of unharmed males. So, hopefully hopefully it'll be an overall positive. But I think, in terms of like how strongly I identify with the side of the debate that I'm on, like I think it's probably the weakest I've ever identified with the side of a debate that I wasn't taking the debate as a troll, like for troll purposes, for, some meta educational purpose. So I do like the challenge, and I do think I can defend the position. It's just sort of gonna take a little bit of extra finesse, maybe. So, appreciation for men's role in parenting could help address this. Victims of violence, while women obviously disproportionately experience domestic violence, men are more likely to be victims of overall violence. Providing male victims with support and resources should be a focus. Education, the needs of boys and young men is being overlooked in education systems, resulting in higher dropout rates and lower academic achievement compared to women across the globe. Military service. Men make up the majority of military members who put their lives at risk to protect their countries. Their sacrifices are often under-recognized. Mental health stigma. How men often face societal expectations to be strong and stoic, which often discourages them from seeking genuine help for mental issues, and how the stigma often leads to untreated mental health problems that cause more problems for wider society down the line. The undervalued role of the father in parenting. How male victims of domestic abuse are not taken seriously and are shat on by society. Men's really terrible life expectancy compared to women. Now, this is interesting because there's a genetic cause for this. Okay. And I've researched this. So I don't want to use this argument because of my own argument, which I've already posited that it is actually the decay in, not a negatively connotated sense, of the X chromosome into the Y chromosome that causes the lowered life expectancy. So it's a biological cause, or there is a biological cause. I'm not saying that that cause is then exacerbated by society. Well, may well be, but I've secondarily verified this thesis by looking at birds, which have the opposite things. I think they have X and Z chromosomes or something. You can look this up yourself. But the important thing is that the sex transition, because I don't know if you know this, but everything starts the same and then one turns into the other. It's the opposite with birds. So the male turns into the female, and you see the switching of the relative life expectancy. So that's not a guarantee, but I sort of start there with that. But I think that's sort of more or less subsumed into the presupposition about this like safety net and women perhaps being the primary beneficiaries of social safety nets. Having little to no representation in fields of teaching, nursing, and childcare, men face stereotypes and bias that discourage them from pursuing careers in these fields. Increasing male representation in these areas would provide more diversity in these areas. Might also be good for the kids to have a balance of influences because, I might prefer the traditionally male virtues, but there's virtues on both sides. And a big one, which I already mentioned, was circumcision. So touchy subject. Don't know if I want to get into that on the show, but yeah, that's the list. Are you back, Doovid, or are you still enjoying your meal?
I got one more piece left. Maybe you want to voice some sort of debate strategy for what you're thinking about saying in your opening, and if it's possible, the type conversation that you would direct, and the type, if you're going to ask questions to Ryan or Ashley, the type questions that you would want to ask them in terms of steering the conversation, and like as an
I
overall
would maybe
debate
try to get
strategy.
them agree with some part of my thesis, like whether they agree
Can you
that,
summarize your thesis in just a few
well, there was the
statements?
first argument, which was Bible influential. People get
I mean, your
influenced
argument, your
by.
thesis. Maybe differentiate your arguments from your thesis.
Okay,
The
I don't know
arguments
that I have an
support your
over. My
thesis.
overall thesis is just I agree that men are ignored by society. That's the overall thesis. Like I
Well,
don't think I need a meta thesis about my arguments about that. It'd be nice. It's always nice to be able to sum up what you're saying in a sentence, but in this case, like, the summary is just the position. At least that's how I feel. So let us know in the comments if you agree that it is redundant for me to have a thesis.
No, I think it's. I mean that you don't have a debate strategy yet. Thing. I mean your thesis. I mean obviously there's the affirmative and the negative, and you're saying well you're that's the topic and that's the side you're on. So you have
Well, the thesis is that people are motivated by their beliefs. People's actions are motivated by beliefs. That's the most fundamental thesis there. And then on top of it, the belief that's modifying people's beliefs. Sorry, the thing that's modifying people's beliefs is the Bible, which is modifying them into ignoring men through preferencing women's preferences through the disgust thing. So that's kind of cramming it all into one sentence.
well maybe just to frame it in a way. So if you're framing, I mean besides that like you're on the. I'm not sure if the way it's phrased if you're the affirmative or the negative that our
I'm
men
saying,
ignore.
yes, men are unappreciated. I don't think I could take the positive on this. I just
But
don't
I
know
think
how I would
because the
defend
way
it.
the question's phrased that you're the affirmative, because the questions are men ignored, so you're the affirmative saying yes,
Yeah,
that men are ignored. At least the way it's phrased. I don't know if that means you'll be
that's
going
right.
first. That may or may not be the case, but it just looks the way the question's phrased that you're the affirmative, and so you would presumably be going first and presenting an argument to explain why you think the proposition is true. And so from that perspective, be like, yes, men are ignored. And so if you broke down what I was saying, like a framework, there you would claim that there's certain immutable categories, categorical differences between male and female, and that
Nope. No, 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 no. I'm saying I'm going to appeal to traditional stereotype, what they call stereotypes. I don't know if I'm going to
well,
call them stereotypes, but I'm not going to claim that there's some immutable properties to men and women because that's going to put me into hot water rhetorically. I'm not
well,
going to
that
say
would
that.
be
I'm
a
going to
point of
say
argument.
there are established historical social conventions about what male and female what comprise male and female virtue, and I'm appealing to those. And if you don't like them, fine.
No, I
I'm
mean
not
your
sure what else
disgust
I would
argument.
appeal. I'm not sure what else I would appeal to.
Your disgust argument is immutable. You're saying that there's a
The
biological
disgust
difference.
argument is a biological argument, so it's mutable only insofar as biology is mutable. So yeah, it's definitely a more transcendent argument.
I mean,
Sure.
maybe you don't like the word immutable, but you're saying there's certain
Well, the notion of
natural.
appealing to immutable male and female categories is one thing.
What some you're saying there's certain. You just divide the argument. So if you're making a thesis and an argument, if you're dividing and you're saying there's certain natural, biological, immutable, whatever word you're going to choose, um, differential. So I mean, so just because okay, like words have to be defined. So if you're to say there's no clear even differential, I mean, maybe Ryan is going to argue that you can't even
I
define what a
don't want
male
to
is.
argue for an immutable difference between men and women because I don't think that an argument rooted in defending an immutable difference
Don't get caught up
is
on me
going
using
to
the
going
word
to be easy.
immutable. Don't
Okay.
that's the word I would have used. But if you prefer natural or biological, um, or you're saying because you don't like immutable because you think all these things could be changeable, even like discussed that
No, just like biologically. Like, remember how I said that the disgust could have evolved because of the biological condition of men being warriors? Well,
and therefore
something else could evolve too, right? Like down the line, some other condition might arise that something else evolves in, right? So it's no longer an immutable property because something evolved in it. So that's what I don't want to get stuck in that rhetorical trap. I want to say historically there's been a convention about what male and female virtues are. There is a partially biological, partially cultural basis for this. And relative to this basis, women are, or rather, men are ignored.
yeah. So just to clarify, like a debate strategy. So like okay, however you're going to phrase it, you could pick up how you're going to phrase it, and you know you could put this in your presentation. And if you don't like the word immutable, or you want to use biological, or however you're going to do it, um, you want to plan
I
that out.
would say that they are historical, which is sociocultural, and they are
Or if you're
virtues
saying, well,
that
I'm making the
okay,
point.
I'm appealing to there being a notion of
You're not hearing what I'm
traditionally ma
saying.
I'm
I'm saying
appealing
that
to you're not
you're
hearing
going
what
to have
I'm
to
saying either.
because you're talking about something. I'm making the point that your thesis and your strategy is going to be breaking it into categories. So I was just using the terminology mutable and immutable. If you want to say biological and socially constructed, but there's going to be categories of difference between men and women. Certain of like so if something like um, the disgust reflex is of a different category than the current state of law and culture, or you're saying like no, you don't have different categories, you think that the current state of law and culture are of the same category as the discussed difference.
Well, no, I agreed. It was a different category, and I said that the biological one, which the discussed one is stronger because it's more immutable, because it
Yes,
only
so for your
changes
introduction and
under
your
under
debate
an
strategy,
evolutionary pressure, which takes a long time.
for your thesis, for your opening, for your debate strategy, that includes categorizing your various arguments. And if a
Okay,
thesis is
so
something like the thesis would be
the
like, well, certain
biblical
things,
one is behavioral. It's basically saying that behavior is dictated by belief, and
if you're
that
making a
what
thesis,
people think about religiously has some influence on their beliefs.
I mean, you just said, which I thought was bad in term for yourself, that you didn't have a thesis, or your thesis is just that you agree with that you're the affirmative. So I said you need more than that. You're not just like I will be arguing the affirmative. Like you're arguing the affirmative. You need a stronger thesis, like a argument in terms that in and so I was saying like in terms of a thesis, what I would have used just if you could prevent yourself from arguing with my choice of phraseology, that you could phrase it how you want. That if using there's things that are immutable and the things that are mutable, and if you're going to use different phraseology, great. And it's not the point to argue the my why I'm using these words and you use the different words, but the what's in the immutable category is going to be things that can't be changed because they're immutable. They're going to be uh, differences that rules or culture or desire to change it won't change it. There's going to be certain things that are mutable, and so your
Okay,
thesis,
the one of the theses would be that behavior is to some extent motivated by disgust.
yeah. So by differentiating in your thesis to say that there are certain things about the current status of the world that are caused by the immutable category, and there's certain things about the current status of the world that are changeable. And so a thesis would be that we should change the things we can. And so that your variation on understanding of why certain things are categorically the way they are due to things that are more difficult or impossible to change to other things that are the way they are because of possible errors or misdirection, and that could be changed through redirection. So something like the disgust reflex, you're saying that can't be changed by redirection, as where there might be other
Well,
arguments
it
that could
can
be
be
changed by
changed. The disgust
redirection.
reflex can be changed through redirection. Otherwise, society wouldn't have been influenced by the Bible.
Um, well, I mean, it's kind of like reality. If the Bible conforms to reality, that in points where the Bible contradicts reality, it's going to fail.
Yeah, this has nothing to do with that though, because it's about how a narrative frames your perspective. It never fails. It's just it either it either succeeds partially or fails. If you don't believe something, then you never subscribe to the belief actively, so it never influences your behavior. But if you
But since the
subscribe to the
Bible
belief,
sets up
then
rules,
it always determines your behavior to some extent, depending on how actively you're believing in the contents of it, or what you infer to be the contents of it.
the Bible sets up rules and structure that either correspond to reality or don't. And if it sets up a structure that can't correspond to reality, it will, so to say, be false, and it will perish. The Bible survives only as much as the rules and structure it sets.
That presupposes stuff needs to be true for people to believe it, which is insane. So, terrible argument.
Well, no, because if you're talking about the Bible setting up beliefs versus structures and rules,
I'm talking about people reading it and being terrified of God, and then their behavior changes because now they're terrified of God. Someone isn't going to be terrified of God if they don't believe in the overall biblical narrative. It has nothing to do with whether the individual rules are real, quote unquote, whatever that means.
no, saying that whether a person's terrified of God or not, if the Bible sets up a system of rules and structures that works, the biblical system will work whether people believe it or not. If the Bible sets up rules and structures that don't work, even if people believe it and are scared of God or punishment, it's not going to work. That the Bible's contingent upon it working, and its working is not based on the belief. Uh, it's based on the action-based system that sets up a structure for society and rules. And many of those structures and rules are still in place today.
Yeah,
Even
so you're presupposing that people memorize facts and then act based on those facts. I'm saying people memorize narratives and act based on boogeymen and spook stories that they find in the narratives.
we talked about this many times. I'm saying that it's prescriptive, it's descriptive, not prescriptive. So anthropologically, the stories in the belief system come to uphold rules, so that the Bible stories and belief systems come are not prescriptive, they're descriptive of rules that have become successful. So you're looking at it from a prescriptive perspective, like how was it prescribed, and saying it was never prescribed, it was
I'm
described.
looking at it from a more
I mean, it's the
reasonable
reverse.
perspective. I'm looking at it as look at the result. Don't look at the
It's
content, look at the result. The content doesn't actually necessarily tell you anything because the content is emotionally biased and you're emotionally biased. So by removing looking at the actual content and just looking at the process, you still have your own emotional bias, but the emotional bias in the writing becomes a lot easier to see.
Yeah, it's we. I called the anachronizing.
Anachronism fallacy, perhaps, is that the word you're looking for?
Well, no, anachronizing. They're saying
Yeah, okay, sure. Yeah.
the rules and the power structure exist. So you anachronize that the reason the rules and power structure exist is due to, okay, well, I'm in power, my people are in power because God chose us and God chose my ancestors, or the reason that these rules are currently in existence is because at some previous point in history, an authority structure prescribed the rules. But say like that's the thing
But
that
then we would need evidence that people are following the rules, and we don't have that evidence. So it's like, I'm not going to appeal to evidence that doesn't exist.
well you do have so you say that, I mean, in terms of the,
I'm sorry, but the Old Testament has never been the law of the land. I have no evidence at all that that was ever enforced.
well, that's the scholarly consensus, not the religious, but like say that at some point there was a temple and there was a class of people that ran the temple,
Okay,
and
but is that going to meet my standard of evidence?
what you say, okay, the Bible has the book of Leviticus that gives a whole bunch of rules that say, well, God spoke to Moses and said, build this temple and offer these sacrifices. and whether Moses existed or whether God spoke to Moses, but there's significant
That's not the
evidence
point. That's not
that
the
at
point.
some point
The
there
point
was a
is I have no evidence of anyone ever obeying these rules. Therefore, I can't appeal to obeying the rules as a modification of behavior because there was never any enforcement of those rules that I can point to historically to say, hey, yeah, it was happening here. Because it wasn't.
we're talking about ancient Israel, saying, well, there's significant evidence. I mean, like that the temple existed or that the temple cult instructor. We just say today that, like, well, there's a government, there's rules, there's taxes. Like you
Right.
obey
And do those
rules.
rules
Like
come from the
saying,
Bible? Do the rules come from the Bible? No.
well, to some extent they do, even in modern society. That I'm saying that leaders, when they enter
I
positions of
hope this
power,
isn't you appealing to the Noahide laws right now. I really hope that's not what this is. Israel is not a Torah theocracy. Otherwise, Clearcott would be a lot happier right now. There
no,
may
I'm
be
saying that,
some indirect influence or some principles from the
well,
Bible,
I'm
but
saying
it
that
is
when
not, it is
people,
a secular democracy, last I checked.
but when people enter power, they swear upon the Bible. That I mean, there is still some connection, but just say that
Like, come on.
there is a power structure, there are rules that people didn't decide on. They just are the rules. We were born into a system where rules already exist, and obedience to the rules is mandatory. And when you get into, well, how did that come to be? Then you have like a history or a theology, but just say there's a current state of reality, and the current state of reality is that. I mean, we talked about this many times in like the power structure and the masonry and the high birth and the low birth.
Yeah, and part of it has to do with people believing what's in the Bible, not the rules in the Bible, the stories in the Bible, which causes them to be terrified of God and act in a way that accords with that terror.
But it's saying there's a current state of reality where there is power structure and rules that are mandatory. So to say, like, if you took low birth, you're brought up into a system where there is power structure and there is rules, and they are mandatory, and everybody knows that. No matter where they're stationed in birth, you're born and your parents raise you, and society, you quickly learn there's rules, there's a system of enforcement, they're mandatory everywhere on the planet. Or you disagree with that premise?
I'm not going to disagree with such a vague premise, but I'm not going to agree that that means that the Bible has legal status in any way, shape, or form that I can point to saying, hey, the New
I never say
Testament
that.
did have legal status in Europe because I can look at the Codex Thessalonius, for example. I can point to that. And that, if I'm going to say, if I'm going to, give the benefit of the doubt and say, actually, ancient or semi ancient European history actually happened, then yeah.
Well, I mean, I didn't even say that. I was talking about descriptive versus prescriptive. So if you're, so to say, you took low birth, or if you don't want to avoid the birth issue, and you're saying, well, why?
Well,
Why
all
does
I'm
this
saying is that I
why
can't
does this
point to a
power structure
precedent.
exist?
I can't say the Old Testament has ever dictated state laws. I can say the New Testament has. So I can say that this is dictated behavior. But I can't say that for the Old Testament because there's no evidence of it ever being the law. That's my point. Nothing else. There's no secret agenda. I just focus all my energy on understanding problems.
What you're talking about, there's no evidence in ancient Israel that there was ever an ancient Israel that lived according to biblical law, that there was no Temple of Solomon where Jews made pilgrimage and offered sacrifices in the temple. You're saying there's no evidence of that? I
Well,
mean, you're
would you
talking
like to
about
present
history
some
like
evidence?
2,500 years ago.
Would you like to present some evidence? Because I asked Claire the same thing. She couldn't find any evidence either.
Well, I'm saying, okay, I lived in Israel a few years, and so the evidence is the remnants of the temple or the
A building
structures.
proves nothing. A building proves nothing. It's all just stories. And you're proving my point of just how powerful these stories are. It's like inconceivable that these aren't historical events.
There's categories of evidence. There's archaeological, anthropological, um, textual, and they correspond. But we don't need to argue of it's a huge topic to
I
like what
care
type of
about
evidence.
archaeological evidence, obviously, because I'm arguing from an empiricist
I mean, if you're
perspective.
just going to look like, well, the Aryan invasion
I'm not
theory.
going to say the Bible says that there were these horribly strict laws back in the day. I'm not going to say that that is evidence of these laws ever actually being enacted. No, there actually need to be evidence, like If there's laws enacted, there tends to be evidence for it, like the Code
Is
of
there evidence
Hammurabi.
for ancient Vedic civilization? And say,
Like,
well, you have textual
I
evidence, you have
honestly feel really happy because that the fact you made such a hurtful argument means that you were savaged by my argument that I just made. So I'm going to take that, hurtful. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious there's tons of evidence of Vedic civilization. Anyone can look up the underground castles in India. Perfectly good evidence of Vedic civilization, and they have advanced technology. But I don't want to go into all that right now.
well, it's the same evidence for ancient biblical civilization.
It's
Yeah,
not. It's physical evidence. Anybody can literally go there today.
I mean, you're talking archaeological, anthropological,
The
textual.
claim isn't
So
whether
you
a
just said
temple was built.
archaeological.
The
You're
claim isn't whether maybe they built a
you
temple.
talked
The
about the
question is
category of
what
archaeological
what
evidence.
were the laws at the time? That's the question. I have no empirical evidence. I can say, oh, those used to be the laws, and therefore it would have come to dictate behavior. I don't know. It might have happened. It might not. There's just no evidence for it. And I'm not
You
going to
said there's
take a
no evidence
position
for Vedic.
that has
You're
no that
talking
there's no
about Vedic
evidence that the Old
civilization
Testament
or the
has ever
Bible.
been the law of a state ever.
You're
There
talking
is
about
evidence that the New Testament has been the law of a state, but not the Old Testament. So until I see evidence to the contrary, I'm not going to, and it's got to be a lot of fucking evidence like it was in Europe. Because if it's not a lot of examples, then I can't make an argument that, oh, this is actually going to influence behavior on an aggregate scale.
well, I said there's multiple forms of it. There's archaeological, there's anthropological, and there's literary evidence, and then there's traditional evidence.
Obviously, scriptural evidence would not be considered evidence of anything in this case. Scriptural evidence isn't evidence at all.
You're
Unless you're
talking
in the
document.
unless you're in the religion, then it's considered evidence. But that's only
I
because you're
I
in
don't
the
mean
religion.
scriptural evidence like that the Bible says. I'm talking about archaeological text, that text exists from that period that could be dated to that period. If you're talking about law codes or documents from that period, written evidence. So there's
We're
archaeological.
talking about archaeological evidence, i.e., movements of people,
When you
evidence
have archaeological,
associated with laws being enacted.
when you want to include textual within archaeological, that you have that.
Textual is not part of archaeological, it's anthropological. So if you're going to look at textual stuff, you're not looking at it presuming that its contents reflects history. You're
Yeah, so
presuming that
there's
it is a
categories.
historical document, e.g., it comes from the past, but you're
There's
not presupposing
categories.
that it is itself a correct record of history.
Well,
Otherwise, it would be a history book, not a theological book.
I mean, you appear to be being too argumentative. So, I mean, if you put it to the Vedic civilization, it would be the same thing. What categories of evidence are there that ancient Vedic civilization existed?
Oh, you're wondering why I'm getting upset because you're trying to turn this back on me somehow mean, oh, well, what you're saying, Jen, actually applies more to the Vedas, but you're not actually responding to what I'm saying.
Well, because you're just throwing a bunch of arguments or denial. I'm not even
If
clear
I'm
what you
going to
said.
make an argument, I need a lot of evidence. And it can't just be what someone wrote in a religious textbook. It has to be evidence that I have a reason to believe that it isn't forged. Because I think most evidence is forged for political reasons. So I might cite forged evidence, but it is as forged evidence.
Yes, I'm not. I don't think it's worthless argument. 'Cause I'm not trying to convince you of this. I mean, maybe you're trying to convince me of something, but so that's why I was starting with a separate point about descriptive versus prescriptive. So everybody is born into a world where there's power structure and rules that already exist. And you say, well, why do these rules exist? You may not be able to figure that out. You could do like descriptive that, well, I could describe that these are the power structure and these are the rules. And the origin of those power structures or rules is a matter of dispute or historical analysis and may not be discernible. And that's why I use the expression high or low birth. You say, well, I was able to decipher that there's these power structures, there's these people who are closer to the power structures, and these people further away, or may appear to be that there's certain people making the rules and certain people that the rules are being enforced upon. But just to say that it's a reality that people are brought up into, that there is power structures and there is rules, and it's not voluntary, it's mandatory. And you could go through your life saying, "Well, I'm gonna voluntarily," like, I don't know why they have stop signs or traffic laws or tax laws, and I'm gonna voluntarily follow some of the rules or not, until you run into enforcement, and then you slowly find out which one of the rules are mandatory, how mandatory they are, and you obey them or suffer the consequences. And maybe you eventually try to get involved in changing the rules or trying to understand how the rules were made or how these power structures came into being. Um, but even if you never come onto that, you still have, like, well, a description. What are the rules that I have to live by? Let me describe. And so I'm harping on this
Why would
descriptive
I
versus.
care about description of rules in a book that nobody obeys the rules for? It's just
I'm
insane.
not talking about a book that no one obeys. I'm talking about the descriptive rules that you are required to obey,
Such as?
such as traffic laws, uh, ownership, financial transactions, your documents, citizenship,
Okay,
taxes.
what about those laws?
And you travel, you go to the airport, you produce documents, your ID, your identification. When you do financial transactions, you have to pay taxes. Um, you reside on property. The property has to be registered with the state. Like, no matter where you are right now, that property is owned, and your relationship to the property that you're on is within accordance to rules that you didn't decide. Those are rules you obey uh, involuntarily. You reside on property, and that property is owned.
I don't
And
see how that's relevant to what I said. I mean, it basically sounds like you're supporting my argument right now.
I'm not even sure you're, because you're. It's not even clear what you were arguing. I was coming up to the point about the biblical story and the authority. So if you're saying it's prescriptive, the reason the rules exist is because they were prescribed either by God or
And
currently
were
by
they
current power
obeyed?
structures or
Were they obeyed?
historically by some point in the
Were they
past.
obeyed?
Well, so there's certain unknowables. You say you
Were
could
they obeyed?
decipher.
No, I would have some idea that they were in the process of being obeyed if they were
Well, I say I would say
instantiated as
you
the
obey
state
rules right
power.
now. You obey rules right now
So
in
it's
terms
not relevant here. There's
in
evidence
terms
that
like
those rules
property.
are
Like, you know
enforced.
where you're allowed to
There's
go and where
evidence
you're
that
not.
those rules are enforced. We're talking about documents of rules that there's no evidence of them ever having been enforced.
So it's descriptive. You obey rules right now because they're descriptively applicable and enforced, even though you don't know the origins of those rules.
The reason people follow the rules is because breaking them is enforced.
Yeah, so it's saying descriptively, you could descriptively tell me the rules that are being enforced upon you and that you obey. And say, well, why do you obey these rules? What's the origin of these rules? Is that you may not be able to answer that. Or you're saying that you
It's
know.
obviously it's Rome and the Bible. So I'm not going to deny that. But the Bible being the origin of laws and people obeying the laws in the Bible isn't the same thing.
Yes, I mean, you have to get to levels of knowability and uncertainty.
That's too complicated to go into all that because I got to go into, Christianity and how Christianity influenced modern law. And that's pretty complicated.
Or say, I'm going to make, if I were making an argument, so to say, that, well, the reason why there's any rules right now and they're enforceable is because of the Bible. That's an argument. And it's based on multiple levels of abstraction and uncertainty. And you just said, "Well, start. What could we agree upon? We could agree upon that there are currently rules and they are currently enforced." And then you have
We
to.
can agree that the Bible is the origin of laws currently enforced. We can't agree that it's the first cause of laws.
Yeah, because there's uncertainty. You could have certainty about the
Well,
current
the Code
status
of
of
Hammurabi is historical as far as I know, and it predates the Bible, does it not?
how is it possible that there's I mean, this goes down to the male-female difference in abstract and laws being an abstract concept. But saying, how is it possible that there's a system of rules that is enforced upon you? You accept that there's a system
Uh,
of rules that is enforced upon you because that's what reality is dictated to you, that there's
so
been certain
because I
rules.
was born, therefore I consented entirely to the structure of government that I inherited?
No, I'm saying that you have complete largely uncertainty in the matter. The only thing you know is that there's rules that are being enforced upon you. You don't have
Mhm.
really all of us, saying not just you, but have large uncertainty of the nature and origin of these rules that are being forced upon us. It's okay. I might be more educated, read more, traveled more, been to Washington D.C., or I've spoke to my local police department or city hall, and the question of high or low birth status that might have some detail, like versus the current state of rules versus the historical origin. So even to say, well, what difference? Okay, like okay, that we both know that there's rules that are currently being enforced, and so I know where my local police department is, and I even know many of my local police department police officers, and I know like the city hall and the government officials, and maybe I've even read a significant amount of the code books of the legal enforcement, and been to court, or my parents are lawyers, or so on and so on, and even historical documents to I've read and thought, and I've even traveled and seen archaeological sites, been to Washington D.C., so on and so on. But at the end of the day, still, I'm in a majority situation of uncertainty of the origin and nature of these rules. I could just describe that I know these rules exist and I know they're enforced. The origin and nature of these rules, I'm in largely uncertainty about. Or you're disagreeing
Well,
with
you
that?
can just stu well, you can I mean, I think it's pretty easy to figure it out, but you have to study it
Well, how'd you figure out? You saying you could figure out the nature and
because it's
origin of the
obvious that
rules?
Christianity spread in Rome as a political tool and that it was adapted based on whatever pagan systems that it conquered, and that
So,
it largely used, psyops and coercive
well,
persuasion to establish its power.
you're already making presuppositions for a historical
Sure I
understanding.
am.
You're saying that the reason the rules are in effect today is because they were in effect in the past. And so the
Well, what
reason
we
there's
have
rules now is
today
because the rules in
ultimately
the past.
descends from something that started out as the Roman Catholic Church.
Yes, this goes back, I mean, like linguistics, for the descriptive versus prescriptive, where
I'm understanding the Roman
you're
Catholic Church as of the
presupposing
culmination of these political activities of the New Testament in, the early, 2000 years ago or whatever.
you're presupposing
What culminated in the what happened in the council of Nicaea, the Nicene Creed. So
I mean, it's the
see if I
point that
if
I'm
I want
trying
to
to
say the
make.
Bible influences people's behavior, I can just point to the Nicene Creed.
It's the
That's
point of what
empirical.
I'm saying is that you're presupposing that at some point these rules were prescribed, which is just a presupposition. It's not necessarily. It's just like the universe is saying, well, there must have been an original cause. The universe must have been created. So just say, well, there's rules. Maybe there was always rules. Maybe the world always existed. Or it's like, no, at some point there wasn't rules, and then the rules were prescribed. And saying that's a presupposition. And from an anthropological level, many people disagree. They say that the rules are descriptive, not prescriptive, and it's uncertain whether historically there's ever been a prescription of rules. And you are
Okay.
presupposing here that no rules exist because at some point historically they were prescribed. And so
I think the word you're
I'm
looking for
questioning
is
your
enforced,
presupposition.
not prescribed, enforced. These rules were enforced. Not exactly a difficult conclusion to
Well, the
draw,
rules are
especially given
currently
the
enforced.
evidence.
So we're assuming that historically they are also enforced.
Different rules that whose origin appeals to the authority of the New Testament. aka Nicene Creed, Roman Catholic Church.
And you're
So
saying that
that's the origin. Now
that's the
stuff
point where
happened
they were
before that.
prescribed.
Obviously,
You said
stuff happened before that. There were pagan cultures pre-existing, and a lot of the modern day comfiness of Christianity comes from the pagan elements that assimilated.
I don't know if you remember when we talked
But yeah,
about this related to the linguistics and grammar, and saying that, like, grammar is described, prescribed. It was never prescribed, it was always described.
I'm not prescribing shit. I'm just describing my understanding of what happened. I'm saying
Yeah, but you're
can be
describing
said rules
you're
dictate behavior
claiming
when
that
and
at
only
some
when they're
point
enforced. And if they're
you're
not
claiming
enforced, they don't dictate behavior. That's what I'm
you're
saying. And you have a problem with that because there's no evidence of
I'm
the Old
questioning
Testament
whether
ever
you're
having been enforced.
presupposing that rules have ever been prescribed as opposed to always have been described. In the same process that you
So
describe the
what's the
rules,
alternative? That the Bible just appeared one day and it was in charge of everything? Like I don't even understand what the alternative to what it is that I'm saying is. I don't see
that
how
the
you could
Bible
disagree with what I'm saying.
described the rules that were currently in existence and just told historical stories about the origin, but the Bible was never
If that were
prescribed.
true, it wouldn't have had why was it imposed, under threat of death,
The
if
Bible
that
was
were true?
never imposed. The Bible described rules that were already in existence. It was never prescribed.
Then
It
how
was
come
never a
there's no evidence
prescription
of
that
their
obey these
existence
rules
prior to their
or
enforcement?
die.
Where's
It
the
was a
evidence for that
prescription
claim?
of rules that
Where's the
always
evidence
existed.
for that? Okay, then provide me some evidence.
We can't because it's a presupposition about the unknown. There's no evidence that the
Uh,
rules were ever prescribed.
if the rules were already there before the Bible, there'd be evidence that they were enforced, and there wasn't, so
Can you
that
at
I'm
least
not gonna
agree that
conclude
this is
that.
a parallel argument to whether the world was created or already existed? That whether the rules were ever created or always existed?
This has nothing to do with that. This has
It's
nothing
a
to do with that.
parallel. If you say the world couldn't have always existed, it had to have been created at some point, that, there had to have been a point where there wasn't a world, and then at some point the world came into being. It's like, no, maybe the world always existed. So I'm giving a parallel argument to the nature of rules and laws. We're saying there had to have been a point where these rules didn't exist, and then they were prescribed and made up. And you say, well, that's a presupposition. It's not necessarily the case. It could be that the rules always existed.
I don't care about whether they always existed in some internal sense. I care about when they were enforced under threat of death.
You're saying that there was a point. You're presupposing that there was a point when they weren't, and then there was a point where they were.
Yes, I am. I am. And
But
the
what
evidence,
justification do you have for that
evidence,
presupposition that
evidence.
there was a prescription
It's
that
generally not a presupposition when the evidence accords with it. It's just a description. But yeah, the evidence is what led me to that presupposition, quote
well,
unquote.
the evidence is the Bible. The evidence is there's a book that describes that process of a prescription.
That's not the
There's no
evidence. The evidence
historical
is
evidence
the
of there's no
laws that
historical
the
evidence.
Roman emperors imposed on the people, period. It has nothing to do with the actual contents of the scripture. It's just that the scripture is relevant because that was what was pointed to as the authority. It's God, therefore
Even that,
Bible,
there's no
therefore
evidence.
laws. There's no necessary translation that
What
that the
evidence
laws
is there
listed
that
in the
Roman
Bible
emperors
are
ever
also the laws enacted on the people. That is not
what
what
evidence
happened.
is there ever that the Roman emperors ever prescribed law upon the people? Besides a book
That's
that
what
says that
emperors
there's a
do.
story, that there was a gathering of some people and they made up some rules and somehow forced everyone to obey them.
Right. That's what's relevant in my understanding is when they force people to obey
How is that
rules.
evidence? You have a book that claims that there was a historical meeting of people that came up with some rules and then somehow enforced them on people. How is that evidence other than similar to the Bible? There's just some book that says this happened.
Well, the idea is that there's evidence of what, like, for example, Emperor Constantine, what his laws were.
There's evidence that there was a person, Constantine, and that he wrote some
And then
that
there's
he
also
wrote some
evidence
rules
that those
and
that
and a
his
group
rules, that his laws that were inspired from the Bible then imposed on people.
that there was a phenomenon that somehow it was possible that someone prescribed, whether it's one person and it was accepted by a body of people, and that was disseminated through some sort of empire and enforced. One thing is not evidence. And so the point I'm arguing is that that's this general rule regarding science, linguistics, and law. It's descriptive, not prescriptive. There is no evidence of prescription. You can say there's some evidence. There's some evidence that there were something prescriptive that you say, okay, the laws the rules that we obey semi correspond to some sort of proclamation that some sort of person, some sort of book claims that someone sort made and maybe was ratified by a body. And therefore, you think that it's likely that those rules were prescribed, that that's the origin
No,
of those
no,
rules.
I don't give a shit about the distinction. I care about what was enforced. Because what was enforced is the only possible thing that could aggregate to actually determining something about behavior, which I've tried to say like a million times. And for whatever reason, you're just,
Well, use the words I'm using, prescription versus description. So you're saying you only care about the description, not the prescription. You
I
only
only
care to
care about a
prescribe the rules
specific type of
that you are
description.
forced to live by.
I only care about a specific type of description which relates to something that could, on aggregate, predict something about the present circumstances, e.g., what laws were enforced. That does affect things. If you're doing something and then it's illegal, like occupying a temple, that's going to change how you live your life. Therefore, it is, reasonable to say, okay, point to that as evidence that it is possible for the Bible to modify behavior in this indirect way.
Well, you at least concede that there's significantly more uncertainty about the prescription of rules as opposed to the description of rules. That you could have higher
The
certainty
truth
about
is, Doovid, I don't even know what you're saying when you're saying prescriptive, because to me, prescriptive is God giving commandments. And to me, there's no place for that in this discussion because we're talking essentially about something anthropological.
prescription and referring to the origin of rules. And the reason we got down to this diversion is what I was talking about my choice, the word immutable in terms of your debate strategy and your thesis, where you're talking about certain things that are the way they are that can't be changed, and certain things the way they are that they because they can be changed. And so you're talking about, well, descriptive, that this is a descriptive difference of versus something, well, this just happened to have been prescribed and it may have been prescribed for good or bad reasons and it could be changed as opposed to something natural. So if you argued that law is natural, it was never prescribed, it was just described, that laws, like karma is not prescribed, it's described. Karma is in effect, whether you like it or not. And there's no way to get around it. As opposed to certain things, well, that's not karma. There's just some bogus made up rule that is not descriptive of reality, and I could just ignore it. And that gets into your debate strategy for your thesis about what are men being ignored. What part of it is due to some deeper causal reason that is, I like the word immutable, although I could, if you don't get caught up in the, I like the word immutable versus some causal reason that is false and could be changed. And so you veered on this whole discussion about prescriptive versus descriptive rules and uncertainty and knowledge of the origin of rules. So you say like
Well,
the disgust.
you're saying that there's some sort of uncertainty that the modern day uh, laws originate from the Bible. I'm saying there isn't. There's no uncertainty whatsoever. There might be uncertainty in terms of the interpretation of how that came about, but you can't deny that biblical authority. I mean, you said it yourself, we swear on a Bible. Why do we do that? Because the origin of laws is the Bible.
Well, that's just one theory of uncertainty. We're saying that it's uncertain the origin of rules. It's just a theory of the origin of rules. We don't. It's something that happened in the past. Science doesn't predict you. That's why I talked to like I mean, but you strenuously disagreed. But I've said that science um, predicts the past and predicts the future and the past. We were talking like no, I mean, that you're talking about something that occurred in the past. That what process are you using to determine what happened in the past? And so like
Um, Looking
you don't,
at evidence. And
and it's a
also
different.
it's also about understanding something about human nature. It's evidence plus human nature,
So I mean,
and
it
sort of
goes like,
having a
you
keen
know,
eye for people's blind spots.
when we talked about the nature of science, like scientific laws are discovered. I mean, they were in existence always, and then you just described the rules of reality, and that maybe no one had previously correctly described it, and once it had been correctly described, anybody could see that this is the correct description, and then ascribe the correct description historically to say so and so person was the first person to correctly describe the phenomenon. Um, but now this phenomenon has been correctly described and it's fundamental to nature. And that,
Okay.
so well, it's scientific, it makes predictions about the future. It could be tested by predictions about the future. And the assumption is also, like, say, backwards, that these rules were the same in the past also. And they were talking about, like, scientific laws like gravity or entropy, or chemistry, all these various things that historically they might not have understood these rules, and at some point someone described it, but this current description would have been accurate in the past also.
I still don't
Because
think I've committed a fallacy here.
when now we're talking about something that, if we're talking about, so if you're talking the disgust function, and then possibly a difference in the disgust function between men and women, and we say, well, if you use the language that, like, science isn't prescribed, that, like, it wasn't prescribed, that whatever this difference, whatever this phenomena of the disgust function, that there's a difference between men and women in the disgust function, that okay, you could believe in your cosmology or evolution or creation, but you say it's phenomenon, there's a difference between male and female, and there's a difference in the disgust phenomenon. So what's the origin of that difference? There's uncertainty. So you say, well, what's your cosmology? Well, I believe in evolution. I believe in creationism. I believe in devolution or whatever. But to say, well, do you accept that this current state of reality is accurate? That there is such a thing as a discuss function, and there is factually a difference in how the discuss function operates between men and women.
Um, on a statistically aggregate basis. So when you're talking about something like men and women, like there is so much variability because it's a very small size of categories, only a cardinality of two categories.
So
So
I'm
the
saying
most
this.
I think the most you can ever really say are these types of aggregate observations, and even then there's sort of exceptions to them, like with the bimodal distribution of the chads versus the betas and such. So that
So this
doesn't
is.
just reduce itself to a single explanation. That's something that spreads out.
So this is a fundamentally different nature rule than, so to say, laws or social convention.
Well, you could say that the social convention could have influenced the evolution in possibly a greater than 50% sense that we may not be able to know exactly how much it influenced it. Because we don't really know, did the disgust come first? And that was why women were protected by men because they didn't want to go out and kill, chickens? Or did the disgust evolve because the men prized the women and protected them while they went out hunting? Now, both of those could be the case. We need to go into it a lot deeper to be able to actually figure out if we could even see whether it's possible to tell which of those is likelier. Because
Yes.
which caused which is going to be a determining factor in how you understand evolution and what brought about what particular behavior. And whether, like, to what extent a particular, this is a question about to what extent is a particular behavior biological versus cultural. It's all biological because culture is a biological phenomenon. So it sort of often makes sense to think of it as biology is what's there, and then culture is an abstraction upon biology, which can very easily exert a greater than 50% shareholder power over the whole thing because we're talking about a mind first approach where it's thought that is motivating everything, not matter.
Yeah, so if you differentiate for debate and argument and even just understanding the existence of rules and the origins of rules. So is this phenomenon, so to say, call a rule the discussed function and the difference between men and women? So the existence of the phenomenon versus the origin of the phenomenon, and they're related, but they're different.
Well, we can't really know the origin because you can account for the phenomenon both ways. So if the disgust originated the behavioral difference versus the behavioral difference originated the disgust, um, those would both explain the data.
In
And
the
there's no real
metaphysics, it should
difference
be obvious.
in parsimony between those theses,
Yeah,
as
in the
far as I can tell.
metaphysics, it should be obvious. And we need like the multiple truth hypothesis. There's uncertainty in all cases. There's uncertainty for the existence of the phenomenon, and there's uncertainty for the origin of the phenomenon, and presumably the uncertainty for the origin of the phenomenon is higher than the uncertainty for the existence of the phenomenon, and that applies to any scenario.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
that's just basic
Because
metaphysics.
that's actually empiricism because we have empirical access to one and not the other. Like we don't have I mean, we're presuming we don't have access to the origin. We might have access to properties about the eventuality of it though. So
Yeah,
there's
so it's
a
the same thing
precedent
with
of
it's the
which
same
one
thing
has
with
epistemic priority.
even though they're of a different category, it's the same thing with law. So the existence of a biological phenomenon and the origin of the biological phenomenon, and the parallel, the existence of a current law and the origin of the law, or with a social convention that's not even law.
Well, the
The
origin's only
existence
important
of the
insofar
phenomenon and
as
the origin.
it's the Bible. The origin's important because if you don't state the origin, people might not understand what it is that's being
Well,
said.
no, the origin is uncertain. It's saying the existence of the phenomenon is uncertain.
The
And the
asserted
origin, and
origin
here
is the
you're saying
Bible.
here you're saying
The
that no, you have no uncertainty.
the
For the other
asserted
case, you
the
had for the other
asserted
case, you
origin
had
is the Bible.
uncertainty, but here
These
you're saying
people
no,
were
there's
ruling in the
absolutely
name of
no
the Bible.
uncertainty for you here.
They were ruling in the name of the Bible. I'm going with the asserted.
So you're saying that there's no uncertainty in this matter. This case
There's
here,
no
100.
uncertainty that the Roman emperors at a certain point were ruling in the name of the Bible. There's no uncertainty there because that's what the historical record suggests.
So you're claiming here. Sorry, I'm saying that there's a metaphysical phenomenon in all cases of that the existence of a phenomenon and the origin of the phenomenon. And saying in all cases, the uncertainty around the origin of the phenomenon is higher than the uncertainty around the existence of the phenomenon. And I'm not sure you're arguing, you're claiming here, no, in this case, the origin of the phenomenon, there's high certainty, and that's the Bible.
Yeah, because we have empirical evidence that the Bible was cited as the authority for these various political expansions in Europe, in medieval Europe.
But it's not empirical evidence.
Well,
The
it's
existence
historical
of the
empirical.
rule,
Okay, it's a stop. It's historical empirical evidence. It's considered to reflect what happened historically, whether there's a skew there because it's historical, fine, but nevertheless, it's empirical from a historical context. That
no,
there
it's
are evidence there's evidence going back to Constantine of emperors ruling based on biblical notions. Now, they weren't verbatim copying the laws necessarily out of the Bible, but they were nevertheless
yeah, I mean,
citing the authority of the Bible. That is a historically empirical, that's a matter of fact. Now, I don't know
no,
who you're
no,
going
I'm
to find
saying
to
that
disagree with that, but go ahead and find me some evidence that goes against that.
what I'm saying, the existence of the phenomenon in terms of a law or rule is empirical, that you could go out and break it, or you could see that no, this is currently enforced. I'm pretty sure that if you break this rule, there's an enforcement. You're saying you could go to your local police station, you could ask your local police officer, you could break the rule yourself, you could witness someone breaking the rule, you could go to your local prison or court. That's empirical. You're talking about a prediction of the future, not only understanding the present, the prediction of the future. That is saying, I postulate that this rule is in existence, And it's testable because I predict that if you break this rule, that an enforcement mechanism will punish you for it. That you can't drive on a red light. There's this rule, it's in existence, and I predict that if you break it, you will be punished. I predict that if you go to the local police station, that they will corroborate the rule. I predict that you could look into the court and you could see multiple people being punished for the violation of this rule. It's empirical, it's predictive. The origin is not empirical, it's not predictive. You can't predict. I mean, you could possibly you predict that
You
the
could
next
just look at the origin and say, okay, well, where do the United States laws come from? Those guys are on record.
but it's not empirical. You
Well,
can't.
yes, I mean the Declaration of Independence counts as empirical evidence because I can go look at it. Unless you're going to say it's a forgery, I'm not going to say that. Yeah, I don't know how you cannot understand that that is empirical evidence that those laws were enforced. Whereas the Bible existing is not empirical evidence that those laws were enforced. There's
Because not
completely different
predictive. You
things.
can't test it.
This is not about a model making predictions. This is about a description of the most reasonable explanation of historical phenomena.
Yeah, so the uncertainty is higher because you can't test it. The
I
existence, the
can.
phenomenon
I
of
can
current
know the
rules.
certainty because there's an asserted there I can know the origin because the origin was asserted as the Bible by the emperor. Okay? And maybe I could say, well, maybe he was full of shit. But then I look at all the laws and I say, hey, this really preferences biblical notions. And therefore, I have no reason to reject the claim, although I'm still only provisionally accepting it. I mean, maybe there's some other explanation where it was always bullshit, but I don't see it.
Yeah, but so you're disagreeing that the uncertainty is higher. So in
I
this
think in
case,
the
you're
broader
saying
sense, I
in
think in the
this case
broader
you're
sense, you're
saying the
making a good, you're
uncertainty.
right. You're right in the broader sense that generally it's harder to determine the origin than it is to determine phenomena associated with something that has been determined to
Let me
have
save I'm
an
wasting my time
origin.
with this argument. Are you claiming that the certainty of the origin of these rules is higher than the certainty of the existence of the current phenomenon of the rules?
No.
Or you're agreeing that even in this case where you're insistent on the Bible, that you're still accepting that the uncertainty of that is higher than the
Yes.
uncertainty of the current
Yes,
existence.
that's just definitional because we don't have access to the past. We have access to the present. So
So in this
it's
case,
less
you're not
certain by
arguing that
virtue
the
of the
certainty
only
of
by
the
virtue
origin.
of being in the past is it less certain. That's the only reason it's
So you
less
weren't
certain.
arguing at all with what I was saying. You were in a complete agreement that the uncertainty of the origin of these rules is higher than the uncertainty of the current description of these rules.
I think in this case,
In
they're
all
equally
cases, I was
certain.
saying in all cases,
In this
metaphysical.
case, they're equally certain, but generally, yeah, obviously the origin is more difficult to ascertain.
Okay, so you are saying there's a difference. You're saying that
I'm saying in this case,
you're saying in most
there's a
cases.
preponderance of evidence in this case, which deviates it from the normal explanation. Because normally your default position is presuming you have no evidence. We do have evidence in this case. It's not the same thing. So in this case, they're equally certain, but generally you're making a perfectly fine point, and everybody
No,
should
no,
note
no.
this,
Well,
that
no,
the
I'm in complete
origin of something
disagreement with
is
you.
definitionally less determinate than the present because
But
it
your
happened in
claim
the
here,
past.
I mean, your claim here, your hypothesis that the origin, I mean, and I actually agree with you in that, but your claim is that, I mean, I don't agree with you about the certainty, but your claim is
Well,
that
I believe that at some
in
point
this case, the origin of
aggregate
the rule
anecdotes
and the
can trump
existence of the
other things.
rules are of equal certainty.
I'm saying that aggregate anecdotes in this case brings them to parity. But that's only because of aggregate empirical consistent anecdotes over history. I have
But you're
no
just
reason
asserting.
not to believe this. I have no empirical cause to doubt this. Therefore, in my view, they're equally certain because when you're looking at things in the present, I'm sorry, but there's still a tremendous amount of uncertainty with your the bias of the just the modern age being there. So it doesn't exclude the possibility of uncertainty for something to be examined in the present. So in this case, I would say, yeah, epistemically, you're looking at about an equivalence in the certainty of the assertion about the origin and
So
the laws.
if you paraphrased it, you're saying, well, you're saying they're equal, but maybe you could even, if you could argue the opposite, just for the sake of it, you say, I'm more certain. I'm not like I'm more certain of the origin of the rule than the actual rule.
I'm
So
not more. No,
whatever these
no,
rules
I'm
are,
not.
they came from the Bible. I don't know what the rule is. I'm not so sure what the rule is or how the current state is, but whatever they are, they came from the Bible.
I'm saying that in this rare occasion they're equal, but normally the origin is less determinate.
So in terms of
Because you got to
why we want,
realize that the modern stuff is all slanted. So by reading history, you're getting some amount of possibility of calibrating your perspective to a larger purview.
why doesn't that apply then if you say that, well, the discuss function, the reason why there's a discuss function, well, the origin of the rule is the Bible, of course. And the reason why there's a disparity between the discuss function between men and women is the Bible. That's the origin of the rule, of course. I'm more certain about the whatever the Bible's the
I'm not
origin.
saying that, by the way. I hope you that's not. I hope you don't think that's what I'm saying.
Well, I'm asking why aren't you saying that?
Because I said that the Bible increased favoritism for women inclinations, but the women inclinations were always there to begin with. The Bible didn't cause women inclinations. It just increased the amount of
Well, the
attention it
origin
gave to
of
them.
why is there such even a phenomenon of there being men and women, and what's the origin of the phenomenon, and
The
then
idea
the
is that the
differences between men
disgust
and women.
predates the Bible. The disgust is biological. So if you're making a biological argument, another thing you have to sort of commit to is that biological things don't change quickly. So within the context of a sociological argument for 2,000-year-old political movement, a biological thing would be presumed to predate. So the disgust would predate the Bible. Therefore, the Bible could not have caused the disgust.
Okay, whatever. I mean, you're entitled to have your opinions on, but so for just back to the, I mean, so one thing, the descriptive versus
Well, you
prescriptive.
can't make an argument that social factors cause biological factors because social is caused by biological. It's just a subset, but it's important to keep the subsets separate because they influence each other on different time scales.
So if you're just going to be clear in your debate strategy in the term that you're saying there's certain descriptive realities, I mean, in all these things, presumably your opponents are going to disagree with you. They might disagree with you on the description of the current state of phenomenon and disagree with you about the origin of the phenomenon. And if you're making a thesis, your thesis is a stronger thesis if you're arguing for some sort of action, that you're saying something, you're speaking to an audience of people, and for them individually or as a collective, that if they were to appreciate and understand your thesis, then certain things that are changeable could be changed. So just term your debate strategy and your thesis, that you're differentiating. You're saying, well, certain of these things are unchangeable or very difficult to change, and certain of these things are changeable. And I'm try to
But
convince
then,
you.
then I'm entering in as the prescriber. I'm saying we ought to change that which we can change. I don't believe that.
Well, that's a stronger thesis.
Well, you're saying
And so if
what you're
that's
saying
not
is implied by that thesis, and I don't hold that thesis. So I'm not going
so
to hold the thesis that is implied by a thesis I don't hold.
if that's not your thesis, then that should be your thesis.
The belief I don't espouse should be my thesis. Wait, how? How do you get there from what I said?
No, so if a general strong thesis is prescriptive. So if you're
To me, prescriptive is like you ought to do something, or describing something from start to finish as an axiom. So
yes, that's saying that you're clarifying that you're talking to an audience of people, presumably because you have some sort of special knowledge, expertise on the subject, and that through your clarification on the subject, that other people will benefit from the clarification. And something like the hero's journey, you're taking people on a journey from where they're at to where they're going,
sure.
and that journey, and saying you're the one taking them on the journey. You're saying that you call that prescriptive.
Okay.
You're saying wherever you are, you could be somewhere else, and I'm going to take you there.
I'm looking up prescriptive right now, and it says relating to the imposition or enforcement of a rule or method. I'm not imposing or enforcing a rule or method. I'm making an argument. The argument doesn't necessarily then lend itself to being decomposed as the imposition of a rule or method.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting too caught up in the words. I'm not saying that you should use the word.
It's the literal definition of prescriptive. If that's not what you mean by it, then you gotta have to tell me what you're talking about here.
Well, I mean, what, because when I said your thesis, you should have a differentiation between certain phenomenon that exist because they're in accordance with nature, natural law, immutable, unchangeable, however you want to describe it. And then there's certain current state of phenomenon that exist due to human error, and that is changeable, is fixable, and then you're going to differentiate between the two. And should the people listening to you understand what is changeable and what is not changeable, they will be able to change what is changeable and hence go on the journey that you're taking them.
Yeah, but that sort of implies that I want them to change what is changeable. Doesn't it?
Why'd you take the debate?
Well, I'm not necessarily looking for people to change what's changeable. Why would I want that? I mean, maybe people are just fine the way they are.
Well, I mean, if you're talking like a physical, but it's saying a mental journey that you're going to lead a person from unclarity to clarity.
Okay.
And through that, when you differentiate your thesis, you say that
There isn't a thesis here. This is just me using my worldview to come up with the best arguments in favor of this position. I don't have some meta aggregate fact about the arguments themselves. There isn't really much connecting the arguments. One's essentially biological, and the other is essentially sociological.
yeah, they're differentiating the two. It's saying, what would say, why'd you take the debate? What do you plan on? Why are you? Why are you speaking to the audience?
To make my points, which were my arguments, which I stated. Like I have the arguments. We've been over them. You're saying I now need something else in addition to the arguments. I'm saying I don't need to do that, and it might actually confuse people if I do that. Can't I just list arguments and then say in conclusion, I'm taking this side of the debate? You're saying no, there's got to be something else that I'm also saying in
Yeah,
addition to
you
that.
don't
And
need to,
I'm
in
not really sure
conclusion,
I'm not sure what that would look like, to be honest. Like something about
everyone knows
women
you're
in
the
history or
affirmative.
something.
There is no in conclusion, I'm the affirmative. In the conclusion, I have been arguing for the affirmative of the case that I'm arguing for that obviously that's not a conclusion. That's a given.
I know. Hence why I was saying a thesis is superfluous in a debate. People don't.
So you're saying you're okay. I am the affirmative, and I will be arguing that men are being ignored, and I will be listing a series of arguments why men are being ignored. And you're
Are you
going to
trying to
list
say I sound like a
arguments,
robot? Are you trying to say I sound like a robot?
and you're saying, in conclusion,
Beep,
I just
beep,
listed
beep,
a
beep.
series of arguments to show that men are being ignored.
That sounds fucking epic. Epically
Well,
traditionally male, if I do say so myself.
what to say that's not in conclusion. That's saying in like a recap. And I told you like when we first started doing these um debate preps where we talked about the flowing in basic debate, but like carrying arguments forward and recapping. But your conclusion is not a recap. So you say, in conclusion, I will recap the list of arguments I gave. That's not a conclusion. So you're saying you have no conclusion. Your conclusion is just a
The
recap.
conclusion is men are ignored by society. Hey, audience, can you chime in on this? Like, I don't feel like the
No,
average
that's not a
modern day
conclusion.
debater. I
That's
don't
the
think
topic.
is the average modern day debater citing a thesis in their opener, or are they just citing arguments? And because a lot of times people aren't even citing arguments, they're citing statistics, presupposing people will interpret those statistics in a manner that disposes favorably towards their worldview.
I would say even the opposite. I mean, in modern day debate, they're much more likely to have a conclusion than an argument. In conclusion, and then they're going to prescribe how they think that the world should be better, or people should change their course of action. So obviously, the majority of people in modern day debate are much more likely to have a strong conclusion, a strong prescriptive argument.
All right, well, I guess my prescription would be people should seek knowledge as a way to liberate themselves from the confines of false understanding. But that's basically always my thesis.
I mean, even so, if you say in conclusion, so if you're saying that, okay, I recognize that there's going to be contradictory evidence that men are not being ignored, but in conclusion, the evidence that men are being ignored outweighs and is more substantial than some of his like flat Earth or something. So that in conclusion, obviously the person arguing on the side of flat Earth is that in conclusion the world is flat. But we say, well, in conclusion, the evidence pointing towards the direction that the Earth is flat is more substantial than the Earth being round, or if they say, well, like the direction. Well, in conclusion, people mistakenly think that the evidence supporting a globe round world is actually much weaker than people supposed, and that the arguments I gave should give people question the traditional narrative and be willing to look more into the possibility that the Earth is flat. But I mean, that's some sort of so you really, I mean, unfortunately, God forbid, because we've already been at this almost 4 hours, that you don't have a thesis or debate strategy. Because you have arguments and you don't have a conclusion, then you're not going to have a strategy because you don't have a thesis. You don't have that. So what's your strategy for the debate? Well, I don't know. If they argue with my argument, we'll argue on this point, and if they bring up points.
Well, I don't think my arguments are going to get addressed. I think they're going to try to play word games. So I'm assuming I'm going to need to be ready to go and focused to prepare for the best defense against some ambush word game. That's my assumption. I'm not saying for sure. I'm not saying they have bad intentions or anything. I think they're, that this debate strategy is a product of the times. It's fine. I don't take it personally. It's not my preferred modality of debate, but I don't make it as
you don't have a debate
I don't
strategy.
see it as a stain on an individual person. My debate strategy is to focus heavily on what arguments they're making, and use the same level of the same slipperiness factor in my responses. So if they're question begging me looking like an asshole, then I'm going to respond in a way that question begs them looking like an asshole. So I'm going to attempt to bring the debate into a maximally balanced state as quickly as possible to optimize the pedagogical value of the exchange. But I don't expect.
God forbid.
I don't want to ramble on about that on the fucking stream. Oh, here's my personal fucking ancient philosophy on teaching. Like, I just feel like it's gonna be so boring, and I don't see how to yoke that into some sort of a thesis.
God forbid, your debate strategy is to let them control the debate and reciprocate their behavior. God forbid.
Or I can attempt. What's my alternative? To attempt to force them to address my arguments.
Agree that.
I may do that.
Summed up your strategy is to let them control debate and reciprocate their behavior.
Well, if they're not going to address my arguments, if I have no reason
I'm not asking you to defend. Is that correct? That's a summation of your debate strategy. You're going to let them control the debate and reciprocate their behavior.
To the extent that is letting them control the debate, yes. Although I do think I can take control at any time by simply asserting myself as the person leading the conversation.
That's basically like you don't have a debate strategy. Like letting them control the debate and reciprocating their behavior.
Okay, well, what do you think about me trying? Okay, stop for a second. What do you think about me trying to get them to address my arguments, which I will present in a syllogism format, and attempting to get them to and asking them which one of the propositions in the syllogism it is that they don't agree with? So I could do that. What do you think about that strategy? Did you catch everything I said?
No, I mean, you're admitting that you don't have a strategy, and you're admitting that it's probably.
Well, I just gave you a strategy.
A poor idea to.
I just gave you a strategy, and you're just basically ignoring my strategy that I said. So
we got to go back. I want to get a clarification of the first point. that you're admitting that you don't really have a strategy, and that you were just going to let them control the debate and reciprocate their behavior. And now you're saying, well, maybe you're right, that isn't the
Well, then
best
you were
idea.
like, "Oh my God, that's you made me think twice about it." And then I said, "Okay, well, I have this other technique that I consider to be on. It's not neutral. Like I think what I've described so far is a submissive technique. So this one would be like whatever, not dominant, but whatever the opposite of a submissive, like a more active technique, where I would be asking the panelists to say specifically which one of my propositions they take issue with in my syllogism, and then trying to nail them on that. So that would be me questioning them and asking them for a reasonable objection to any of my postulations. So I could do that, even though it's a bit more of an aggressive strategy. If things aren't going good in the first 10, 15 minutes, I could do that. So I was
I mean,
asking
just
what
that
you
we've
thought
been
about
at
that.
this 4 hours, I might as well just be blunt. So like, God forbid, you're like, well,
Can you
why am I?
actually answer? Can you respond to what I said? Because I just explained it twice and I don't want to hear you say I suck at debating again. Please respond to what I said. What do you think of the tactic?
I didn't understand it. I mean, the way you said it, like,
Okay, imagine I'm presenting someone a syllogism, okay? And it has two premises. And then I say, this is the conclusion. It supports my worldview. Which one of those premises do you not agree with?
I mean, that's not a strategy or a thesis. How could your strategy or thesis be like imagine something? So I mean, that's why
Holy shit.
you
I'm
said it
telling
like
you to
3 times
imagine it.
now.
I'm telling you to imagine it, but I guess I'll just pull it up and display it on the screen if what I'm saying doesn't make sense. I hope it makes sense to the audience. And I'm sorry that I'm not being clear enough if that's the case.
Well,
But
and so if you just imagine what's your thesis, what your strategy, and like what your thesis is, like for me, I have to imagine something to understand what your thesis and strategy is.
well, I've explained it twice abstractly and you didn't follow. So yeah, I guess my next step would be to give you a concrete example so that you could realize what it was that I was talking about. Because I guess what I'm
We could
saying
just
about
simply say, what's your strategy? What's your strategy again?
one component of the strategy could be to question my opponents by having them look at a syllogism and asking them which of the components of the syllogism they disagree with and demanding that they say why, because their failure to disagree with a component of a syllogism means that the conclusion of my syllogism follows necessarily through their inability to push back on it.
Yeah, I mean, that just sounds like a technique on a strategy. If you're gonna say like, okay, like, I mean, I asked you
The,
like,
the
I
strategy
already
is
asked
to
you like
have
a
as
few
much
hours ago.
education as possible. The strategy is as much education as possible.
It was reaction, like, what
The
questions?
strategy is as much education as possible. The amount of
What's
education I'm able to bestow depends partially on what everyone else is talking about and whatever context I can extrapolate from that. So to have a thesis more specific than I just want to maximize the educational content is just impossible.
no, and
So,
that's why I guess I'm not understanding. I'm rejecting because it's still a I don't even say a fancier way of you're saying you're going to let them control the debate.
well, no, I'm the one asking the questions. So
But you're
it's
saying
not the
you're going to
most
say, well, you're going
aggressive
to ask a
technique.
question dependently on how they control the debate. It's like how you're going to logically structure some sort of syllogistic question depending on how they control the debate. As opposed to say, like, I asked you this already like a few hours ago, you should put like, no,
No,
like
I'd be presenting them
what
with a
question do you plan
syllogism.
on putting to them? I mean, it should be simple right now. Like you're saying, well, I got a list of 10 questions I plan on putting to them that you could read off right now. And it sounds like you don't have any because all of them are dependent upon what they say. He's like, no, I'm going to control the debate. I already know what I'm going to press them on. It's not going to be dependent on what they say. I might press them on different things depending on what they say. But irregardless of what they say, I already know what I want to press them on because you plan on controlling the debate. And you're saying, well, no. So I mean, what you said, like it's still dependent on them. It's still them control. You don't have any plan to control the debate. And it's saying, well, because you don't have a thesis, because you're not pushing
I just
anything.
feel like it's more control to go off of what they say, but yeah, I
How is it
could,
more control to let them control it?
because you're winning on their front. You're accepting their frame and still it's like a
I mean, one like
internal
I mean,
critique.
one thing like you're completely wrong. Like you're the affirmative. You're the one putting forward an argument. You're the one who's supposed to have a thesis. So you just say, "Well, I agree with the proposition. Men are ignored. Here are my arguments," and then you're prepared to counter whatever arguments they give. That's I mean, minimally, like if you're saying that's your strategy, well, I'm the affirmative. I'm going to give a list of arguments why I think the proposition is true, and if they attack my arguments, I'll defend them. If they have counter arguments, I'll do my best for that, and that's the end all of your strategy.
Well, otherwise, I have to be aggressive in my overall strategy where I'm trying to constrain the confines of the conversation to make it impossible to disagree with me, which I don't know. I just don't really want to be that aggressive because I just don't feel like that venue is all
That's
that
not what I said.
aggressive.
That's not what I meant by controlling the debate by saying that. Just saying just where you are leading the conversation. You have an idea of the direction. Like I mean, that's why we start out with like dating. So you're like or relations that you're going to say your opening whatever it is, and then they're going to talk about relationships and dating, and you're just going to sit there silently until they're like, "Oh, Jennifer, you haven't spoken for a while," and then you're going to say something, and then they're going to go back to talking about like dating and relations.
I have no idea. I don't think they're going to be talking about dating and relations. I mean, dating is only one aspect of manhood. So I don't necessarily see the conversation orbiting the concept of dating.
But you have no idea if that happens. You'll have no control of the matter. You don't have a plan. You don't have things that you want to push. You
My
don't have
plan
stuff.
is to know enough about the domain that no matter what they say, I can push back on it more effectively than whatever it is that they said. But I
I
agree,
mean,
it's not enough
I
to just be able to play defensive in a debate.
I
I
mean, it's
just
like
think
God
that for my
forbid.
image, because as a woman, I don't have as much, freedom with regards to what version of my image is mass accepted by society. There's very little value proposition for me as a woman to be all that aggressive in a public debate.
I didn't say aggressive.
Well, controlling the debate comes across as aggressive.
Controlling the debate meaning that you have ideas and topics you want to get covered, and you want to control in terms of shift the discussion towards the topics and ideas that you feel are important. And saying, well, I don't have any ideas or topics that I feel important. I'm just going to talk
No,
about
I
whatever
feel
they
like
want to talk about.
I feel like I can bring the important ideas into that context
I mean,
effectively.
you basically like still have you don't have any ideas or topics you consider important, so you're just going to try to say something intelligent related to whatever
Well,
they
I
say.
think consciousness and metaphysics and physics by association are all important topics, but I don't feel that that platform is there for me to shill the topics I find important. And I think anyone who is discerning will be like, "Oh, that's cool. I want that same thing," if that's what they're all about.
Well, I mean, even if you did like say, well, you say, well, as a consciousness expert, you want to steer the conversation towards the consciousness angle of this topic and or your level of expertise, and say, well, I have
I
expertise
would
on this.
only want to do that if I thought that it would help people understand a topic more deeply, and discussing consciousness directly doesn't always necessarily lead to greater insight on the topic. Sometimes it's better just to get the phenomenal insight and then later say, "Oh, actually, well, this turns out this was always a conscious process, based on this definition." Not to like be like, "Oh, I'm really into consciousness and here's my specific proprietary definitions based on metaphysical parsimony, and you should," because I don't think people should practice my worldview. I think it's the best worldview. It's fucking awesome and it's amazing, but I don't think that doesn't translate to everyone else should be awesome and amazing and everything, because maybe other people have different definitions of what constitutes awesome and amazing. So
They should make their own choice. And this debate is complicated enough without some secret uh, thesis about consciousness floating around. I mean, I think my belief about consciousness is obvious in my other beliefs because every single one of my beliefs is justified according to a specific methodology that prioritizes the epistemic certainty of observations. So, yeah, I think this has been a really good chat for getting me ready for this debate. So I super appreciate that. I don't know if you still want to look at the stuff I sent you in writing or not, but thanks for looking at it. I made 11 syllogisms that I haven't posted them publicly yet, but I think the syllogisms are pretty great. And then I got ChatGPT to talk about them. I mentioned that earlier, but yeah, I think that's about everything I had to say about the debate. What do you think, Doovid?
Yeah, I mean, God forbid, but I mean, I guess, good luck. I mean, because like, unfortunately, like, I still don't see you really having like a thesis or a strategy. But I mean, I guess it's good enough, or it doesn't matter.
Well, you watch my debates, and what do you think? I'm losing all the debates that I do?
Well, I mean, losing is relative to the other party
Well, it
or
just
your
seems like you
strategy.
think I'm doing a bad job in all my debates, and I think, it's not maybe perfect, but I don't think I'm doing a bad job.
Well, I mean, it's like, well, like, hi, I'm Jennifer. I'm here because James invited me. I'm just so happy that James asked me to be here. So I prepared a few arguments.
Okay, so you're
And
complaining that I'm simping for James. Okay.
if you call on me, I'll try to say something. Hello, I'll try to say something intelligent. And like, okay, I mean, that's fine, but like, it's not. Um, it's not. I'm trying to think of the
So
right
what
word.
what I could say something about, like, well, I subscribe to panpsychist metaphysics, and so mental phenomena are of interest to me, and sociological phenomena are mental phenomena, and so I guess I could sort of say that it connects to my area of interest that way, something like that.
Well, maybe God forbid, like, like, I'm Jennifer, I'm Church of Entropy. I have a bunch of ideas and theories that you guys don't really care about, and I'm just happy that James asked me here anyways. So I'll try not too much to bother you with my own ideas. And if you call on me, I'll try to say something intelligent related to the topic. And by the way, here's a few arguments I prepared. And then you just be waiting for someone to call on you.
You make it sound like I could also interject when someone else asserts something on the other side. You realize, but yes, I
I mean,
will
say, okay,
accept
like, you have
your
a
rather
background in math and logic,
unflattering description of my method.
and you know how to formulate an argument. I'm not saying you're completely incompetent, but it's like, I'm Jennifer. I have a background in math, and I like debate and logic, and like, I have a few theories and thoughts on other things, but no one cares about that. So I'll just use the little bit of logic to put forward a few arguments, and I'm very happy if someone calls on me just to talk about anything.
I thought being demure was a virtue.
Well, no, I mean, because you're wasting people's time.
So presenting arguments in a demure fashion without attempting to mind rape them into agreeing with me is wasting people's time.
Well, I mean, if you don't really have anything to add to the topic, then
I think I do,
then,
and
then
I
maybe
think I can
you should
cite.
have rejected. You should be like, well, no, I don't have anything to say about this, or like, maybe like, next time put you on the side of you're saying, well, make it 3-on-3, and you'll be on the side of Ashley and Radical Coder, and because it doesn't really make sense for you to be on the same side of Haig, and
Even though I made two arguments as to why society ignores men, like I literally made two direct arguments for that. So I
yeah.
think it's pretty clear. I'm taking a nuanced
I'm not
approach
even sure
to
how
my
clear those
argument.
arguments are, but it's just like, um, and then even to say, well, saying you have something.
Well, you tried to throw shade on the notion that the Bible influenced
laws in medieval Europe, which is just, it's really not something that any scholar would take issue with.
Um, no, that's not what I said. I mean, that's also unfortunate that you don't appear to understand what I was trying to say, and then you repeat back what I'm saying, and they're like, "That's not what I said." I mean, God forbid.
All right, well, I'll just interpret
I mean,
all that time you spent trying to undermine the position that the Bible does predict laws. I'll just ascribe that to some other motive.
yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate. I mean, if that's the current state where we had that whole conversation, you don't even know what I was trying to say. So, I mean,
Well, which part of my argument are you taking issue with?
well, unfortunately, like you have to flow the debate and say, well, how did we get to even talking about that? And
I was trying to come up with arguments for the debate.
well, I mean that if I floated and go back, like, how did we waste all this time arguing about this discursion? Anything, because I was trying to convince you to come up with a debate strategy, and therefore I was trying to get you to divide your arguments into um, a division of certain things of
And I thought I did that when I said that the discussed one was more
and then instead
biological.
we got into this argument because about descriptive, prescriptive, and
I thought I did do that when I said that the discussed argument was biological and that the biblical argument was sociological. So I don't know what you mean in terms of categories of arguments, but is biological and sociological not specific enough?
um, well, it's somewhat specific, but you still didn't come up with a thesis or some sort of, and even if you said if it's sociological versus biological, if the implication of something sociological is changeable as opposed
Yeah.
to something
Well, I mean,
biological.
it being
Or,
changeable is not, that has nothing to do with the thesis per se. Everything's changeable, so a thesis being changeable doesn't really mean anything. The question
uh,
is just, do they accept the tenets of the thesis? And I think it's a pretty strong argument if you agree that people's behavior is modified by religious dogma.
maybe you say like you're value neutral. So saying, well, men are ignored, and it's because of these reasons, and I don't know whether that's good or bad. I don't have any thoughts on
Oh,
that.
I
I
do
don't
have
I don't
thoughts.
know
I
whether
do
it should
have
be
thoughts on
changed or
that.
not,
I do have
and I
thoughts
don't
on
have any
that.
thoughts on
I do
that.
have tons of thoughts on that. I just don't think this is the venue to discuss them because those thoughts are more complicated. And I think that the domain is itself already complicated enough that me invoking my thoughts on it, which are more complicated, is going to be counterproductive to the progression of the debate. So I don't see my own opinions. I see my own opinions as getting in the way of an otherwise stoic and non-attached historical analysis that says, well, it's a nuanced topic, and I don't necessarily think that ignoring men means that I don't necessarily think because men are treated badly that that means that women are treated well. But here are some things to think about. So I'm taking a more nuanced position because I think it's already a very divisive topic, and I don't like that because I think progress happens when divisiveness kind of simmers down.
Yeah, I'm not sure you could.
Okay, so Daryl says it's biological is not specific. So we're talking about a category of argument. So in the context of categories of argument, I think biological is specific, but if you want to be more specific, then you could say it's biological evolutionary.
I'm even just thinking like Ashley's post show will probably be more interesting than your post show.
Well, I guess because you're presupposing that having the facts stoically recited to you in a syllogism form isn't super exciting.
Because no conversation. If you're just saying, well, you like James asked me to debate this topic, so here's a list of arguments in favor of the position, and like at
The
least
conversation is, do you agree with the premises of the syllogism? If not, why not?
well, I mean, something. God forbid you're saying, well, I don't really have any strong opinions on this topic, but I'm just happy James asked me, so I wanted to say yes, and I'm here, and here's a list of arguments. I mean, it's not impressive. It's not um, convincing.
So if I put in the additional spin that I have male characteristics and I've been abused my whole life, so the topic means something to me, would that make it better?
No, because I mean, you didn't tie in your personal experience to a thesis or an argument. So, I
Well,
mean,
I
okay, like,
could. The thesis is that men are
and
unappreciated
we
by
already wasted
society.
4 hours, like, just bickering about tangential items, like, even to go back to, like, so if you were trying to make your introduction, you're saying, well, as a woman, I mean, and I even tried to discuss that at the beginning, like, as a woman who, worked, got his degree in math and physics and worked in, um, information, science engineering
Signal
field,
processing.
signal processing field that was male dominated, that your personal experience will add some sort of unique insight to the issue. So that would have been a thesis that there's certain thesis that, and
Okay,
so
well,
now
I
like
can go with that
now
then.
like
I'll
four
go with
hours
that
in,
then.
now like 4 hours in, that then you have to tie like, well, you don't even have a thesis to, you don't even have an argument that what your how your personal experience has anything to add to an argument, because you don't have an argument, you don't have a thesis.
Because my personal experience is evidence in support of traditional male virtues not being appreciated by society because I espouse those traditional male virtues.
Traditional, you're saying traditional, so you're making an argument that, I mean, some sort of, you're claiming that traditional, that there's a, then it goes back to, now you're trying to say what I was trying to get you to say, where there's certain, you're saying that there's certain things that I was calling, immutable or immutable, changeable, biological, that you're saying there's certain things that are traditional male values that are more in line with reality, nature, biology,
No,
immutable,
I wasn't saying that.
and
I
then
don't
there's
want
a
to say
third
they're in
state
line
of
with nature.
reality
I
that's
don't want to say
outside.
they're in line with nature. I want to say that there is such a thing that when I point to a notion of traditional male values, I'm not pointing to nothing and I'm not making a value judgment. I'm saying that's a description. And a description is now that these male values, their importance is not as high.
And you know that because even though you're a woman, you have traditional male values.
That's right. And
And
I always abide principle, which causes not always, sometimes it's very good results, but sometimes it causes a lot of friction because other people have ideas about what whose will is going to dominate at the end of the day and based on what reason.
yeah, I mean,
So
so
yeah, I
like,
do think that's something that a male could relate to based on having a bunch of conversations with men and realizing, oh yeah, it's something we relate on. Maybe not something so much I relate on with women.
well, it's like that's something, in your thesis that's actually impressive or convincing, where you're saying, well, there's a problem and it could be fixed. And through your personal experience, you have a unique insight to the existence of the problem and a potential solution. But you didn't have a thesis. So like, how your personal experience ties into anything is unclear. So if you're saying, well, there's a condition and it's bad, and you know the current state of the condition because of your personal experience, and then you're saying, well, it's bad because like there's a better state that it could be in.
I'm not saying it's better. I'm saying it might be a little bit, in some ways, better for me if I have all these male values. But I'm not saying better for society. I'm saying that's a fact that there is such a thing as traditional male values,
How is
and
it a
that the
fact? Now you're saying it's a fact that there's such a thing as traditional male values.
yes, when
When
I
you,
point at that concept, I'm not pointing at nothing. There are conventional notions associated with it. I'm not just inventing some straw man.
so then you have to descriptive of say, well, what are traditional male values? What is the current state of affairs where the lack of traditional male values? is not in
I
the
have
fact.
5. I have wait, no, 4. Leadership, principle, honor, hierarchy. And then
And those are
the alternate women values were consensus, presentation, service, and equality.
okay. So now maybe you have some sort of
Okay, good.
convincing
It's just sort of one
introduction.
of the drawbacks of being an impersonalist. I don't really take my own perspective into account as much as I should because my arguments end up being less effective because they don't have the personal touch. So thanks for pointing that out.
Well, otherwise it's just like, well, why are you there? Why'd you take the debate?
Because I think on the whole that my presence there will be of value from a pedagogical angle in clarifying the issue. That's my hope. And the reason for that is that I have an experience that isn't uniquely male, but it relates to society valuing males insofar as I espouse male principles and values in my behavior.
And then if you're making, call it a prescription or a prognosis about a possible future state course of action, or even if it's not action, a
I don't
possible.
want that to enter into the debate, and even that would require a conversation because it would all depend on the level of virtue people were willing to commit to. I'm not just going to invent some circle jerk of my own fucking ideas and impose on people. No, they start and they say, "Yeah, I'm willing to be this good." And I'll say, "Okay, well, if you want to be this good, if you're willing to be this good, here's what you should do to meet that standard of goodness." I'm not going to be like, "I think we should do this." Cuz like nobody gives a shit and it's going to probably be an argument so complicated it's going to distract from the overall discussion. And I really don't want to do that cuz I feel like I am biased because I spend so much time talking to people who are so intelligent that like it's just so easy to get out of touch with the average person, and I don't want to do that. So you think there is a value in actually I mean, I agree that there is a value in actually stating, these virtues, these traditional virtues, so that it's like I'm not just appealing to something and not defining it, that I'm actually giving at least 4 labels per descriptor, per category, excuse me.
Well, just so you're not wasting people's time. You're just like, well, I'm here because James asked me to be here, and I really appreciate him asking me to be here. That that you say that like you have that like you're here because because you have a journey you plan on taking the audience on, that you have something to explain or teach them, you have insight into it, and you're going to be able to clearly explain what your insight is in your introduction, and then in terms of if you were leading the conversation, where you would be leading it to, so that people would see that they say, okay, you're not an NPC who's just there because James asked you and just waiting to be called on, that you have some sort of thesis. And should you be in control, even from the audience perspective, like, well, I wish Jennifer were in control of the conversation, because if she was in control of the conversation, it would be leading it in this direction that's more interesting than the directions the other people are taking it. So when you just get up there and be like, "Hi, I'm Jennifer, and I'm here because James asked me to be here, and here's a few arguments," and then just sitting there till they call on you, as that's not convincing, as opposed to, "I'm here because I have some unique insight on the topic. Here's my unique insight on the topic. Here's what I think would be interesting to discuss." And then during the conversation, that even your opponents or the chat or people like, "Wow, like let's hear what let's go back to Jennifer's ideas," as opposed to God forbid, just being like an NPC waiting for the moderator to be like, "Jennifer hasn't spoken in a bit. What do you have to say?" And then you're just trying to say some like like God forbid, it said that you're just going to let whoever lead the conversation, because and try to say something intelligent based on what they said, and so like you're well, because you're an NPC, you didn't have any real insight, that you don't really belong in the debate.
Well, I think I made my point with the
Maybe
traditional
it's like
male
Andrew,
values
it's like
and
a
whatnot.
protest. Like Andrew will be debating Destiny on the same topic at the same time, because everybody knows that you don't have anything useful to say. And like
All
if
right. Well, I
Andrew
guess
will
we'll just have to wait and see. The fact that they
and to
scheduled this
say
shit
like,
at the
well,
same
like
time.
and to
To
say,
me,
yeah, but then
that's
like,
them trying to throw shade, and I don't give a shit because I didn't throw no fucking shade.
well,
As
yeah,
far
but
as
he's
I'm
trying to say,
concerned,
like, come on,
that
like modern
shade
day
just
debate is a
bounces right
joke.
off me. The shade of being stream cucked bounces right off me, and I proceed with a stiff upper lip, as it were.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like if anyone was in the chat, they would say like, oh, like don't watch Jennifer on modern day debate. That's not going to be useful. Like if you really want to hear something interesting on the same topic, tune over to Andrew.
Wow.
And you
Destiny
say
will
like, no,
definitely be
no,
speaking
like no,
faster
like
than me.
Jennifer actually has something useful to say on the topic that as opposed to Andrew, unique take, and it's not just like you're an example of um like it's a fake debate. Really, it's 3 against 1 that men are being ignored and treating unfairly. And the proof is that this woman Jennifer, who doesn't even agree with the affirmative, is somehow taking the affirmative and doesn't have anything to add to the topic, is just saying nonsense. And anyone who really cared and wanted to hear an argument would just switch to the other channel to hear Andrews talk about it.
Well, I guess that'll be a very interesting result
And
to
you say
see.
like, no, the opposite. Like Andrews is going to repeat the same stupid arguments. He's already had this debate with Destiny 10 times. It's a repeat. Destiny and Andrew have debated the exact same topic now 10 times, and it's impossible that there's going to be new information. You could say backwards and forwards their arguments and their repeat of the arguments. It's just a repeat. As where you are actually adding some new insight that they're not going to say. But like, no, you're an NPC. You're just going to let your opponents. You're just going to, well, you don't have a debate strategy. You're just
Well, I
going
think
to.
I can present something new without dominating the debate, and in all likelihood, my opponents will not be interested in addressing the propositions in my syllogism. And I'd love it if they would, but I don't want to be this like quasi bully who's like, "Can you address my proposition?" and just keep repeating that, which is what it's going to turn into if I try to frame the conversation in the sense of getting people to agree with me. But maybe what you're saying is more so of a
I'm
thematic
not
or
talking about a
narrative
technique.
agreement.
Yeah, I'm not talking about like an argumentative technique to control the argument. I mean, you could talk about that. I'm talking about the debate strategy.
Everything, the thing is that everything for me is implementation of a technique, so I can't reason outside of implementing techniques. So
I mean, even saying like from a value proposition to the audience that like, okay, like you're here because you have something unique to add to the argument, and what you have to say is more interesting and more useful to the audience than what the other people have to say.
sure, that's a distinct possibility. I sure hope that that'll be the case, and I believe it to be the case. And the reason for that is because I have a unique experience as a female embodying male characteristics for this long and having a limited degree of success in male dominated fields, as well as several arguments that I think make my point fairly succinctly. So yeah, I think I could lead with something like that and it would sound all right.
Yeah, that's a strategy. That's a thesis. That's what I was trying to get out of you.
All right. Well, I guess we finally gave birth to our baby after 4 hours and 24 minutes. So thanks.
Well, no, I'm saying like you could have. I'm saying like, I mean, we'll see. Like you don't have an introduction yet, so I mean, if you had it prepared, you could have had an introduction prepared that could have been worked on, or a debate strategy. So like, I mean, it's tomorrow. Hopefully, like, I mean, like relatively, like I said, like yeah, I've talked to like none of the other participants are that God forbid, is the B cast all around.
Well, you've talked to, oh, thanks. You've talked to them. What do you think they're going to argue?
Um, I mean, generically, I think they're going to say that society is still structured and favors men, and like okay, like I mean, they're both semi-reasonable. They say like, well, it's not necessarily either or. There's unique challenges to being male or female, but they're going to say that society still uh, generally structurally in favor of men and sexist, and we need more feminism. We need more women's activism. We need more female voices, more women in positions of power, more um, uh, that feminine positions and power uh, in institutions is better for society. How exactly they're going to structure the argument, but I'm assuming they're going to. I mean, it'd be nuanced, but they're not just. They're not like necessarily. They're not going to be like straight men hating and um would say there's advantages and disadvantages to both parties, but it said like no, that the feminine, that it's still too male oriented and should go further to females. And if it gets conversational, it might more go into relations or dating. Although I think that they'll have comments on power structures in general or society laws universally. They could probably talk about it, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's not steered in direction, if it becomes more about male female dynamics in relationships and dating, because I think that's more generally what they talk about.
Well, it's a bit of a red herring. Dating is more about how men and women treat each other, not about how society appreciates men per se. So
Yeah.
I would try to steer it out of that domain because I think it's a red herring. But if we have to be in that domain, then sure, it's fine.
That's their expertise of what they talk about the most. But I'm saying like they have other topics, but so even if you talk like I think I think they're university graduates, they're professionals, they're semi politically, culturally literate. That so if you talked about um, they may not have a degree in math, but they I think even Ashley works for like a some like it's radical coder, and I think even Ashley does some sort of IT related profession. So like if you talk about being a woman in male dominated fields, they probably have insight on that because saying radical coder is a coder, and Ashley, I believe, works in IT. I'm not sure her educational background, but I believe she's college educated, and I know she served in the military, and we talked about that, where the difference in spaces or power dynamics and control. But obviously they're the negative, so they're probably going to be saying that like no, we need more feministic characteristics and qualities in the public square in positions of leadership and power, and so on and so on. And Haig, I think I'm not sure if he's going to give some sort of I'm not sure if he's going to mention white males. It wouldn't surprise me if he does, but he'll probably some sort of return to Christian traditional values, and maybe a focus on degeneracy or connection between um, feminine femininity and like the decline of traditional values or society in general. Although I'm no idea what type, and even so, how you're going to correspond to trying to, if it's going to be a complete mismatch where you're not even in alignment at all with your debate partner, or it's going to be certain points of agreement, but where I would guess actually that you're probably more likely to be in agreement with Ashley and Ryan than your debate partner. So you're gonna have to
Okay.
see.
Him having a dumb worldview doesn't mean that I have to pretend my worldview is more dumb to disagree with him less.
Well, it's because
The truth is, I probably disagree with them all equally because my approach is so different. Unless you're specifically initiated into it, you're not going to be taking my approach at
well,
all.
I'm saying because Ryan and Ashley, although I think they both come from semi-Christian backgrounds, are not Christian and critical of Christianity. Although I think, I mean, their family like background or whatever is still Christian, but that your opponents are non-Christian and critical of Christianity, as where my guess is your debate partner will be specifically trying to argue for some form of Christianity. So I don't know if you factored in or how that, if you're going to kind of ignore that, or
I
you're going.
basically always feel like I'm going into a debate alone, even if I am on a team, because I didn't get to talk to this person before. I invited Heiki to this stream. He didn't come. So there's no expectation of cooperation. So I basically feel like it's always 3-on-1 when it's a 2-on-2. And I'm just sort of sitting out there with my unorthodox views.
I'm not judging him. I'm saying that he might be a nice guy or good guy.
But
I'm
yeah,
saying
I've heard him make arguments like satanic. So like, yeah, that's like
I'm guessing
really
that
dumb.
he will be making pro-Christian arguments, and both of your opponents are not necessarily anti-Christian, but they're not Christian. So that will put you in a weird situation where your debate partner is probably um, appealing to Christianity, and your opponents will reject the appeal to Christianity. So you, as your strategy, you could say, "Well, I'm not Christian, or don't think an appeal to Christianity is necessary," and then try to parse out your agreement
Well, I'm going to
with.
appeal to Christianity in an opposite way. I'm going to say Christianity is the cause of the feminine preference.
Yeah, but then you're
Iggy's going to say that Christianity is the remedy to the feminine preference, and I'm going to say it's the cause. So yeah, we're not going to be agreeing with each other.
well, no, so then you should determine your strategy, because it's probably a poor
I just
strategy.
don't care because my argument's so strong, and if he starts disagreeing with me on the stream, it's going to look stupid. So I'm not worried about it.
No, I'm saying that it's a poor strategy to debate your partner. So
I'm not planning on debating my partner, but we don't
if you know
agree.
your partner disagrees on that issue, then you have a strategy to not debate your partner, where you could mention to the audience or to the opponents to make it clarify your position, but to to avoid it degenerating, because like that will be like relatively, like, you will lose. I mean, although, I mean, it's not like a debate like that where it matters that you're going to lose, but you will lose if it devolves into you debating your own partner. So the fact that you know that you're going to have this clear difference between your partner, you have a strategy to not end up debating your own partner. So if that's to clarify your position without debating your own partner. And so maybe you
I
didn't
don't
think
see how
about
it's
that.
going to turn into a debate with my partner. Us disagreeing doesn't mean that it has to turn into a debate about the topic, and I don't think it will. I mean, I appreciate it's a concern, but I'm not going to change my argument based on my opponent probably disagreeing with me. Is that what you're suggesting?
I'm not sure I have a good suggestion for it, because like, but I'm speculating that his arguments will largely be uh, based in an appeal to Christianity, and that your opponents are both relatively going to reject the appeal to Christianity, may even um, directly argue against Christianity. So if that's the case, where you're in agreement with your opponents and in disagreement with your partner, at least on the Christianity aspect, and that, so if your opponents are both anti-Christian, then blaming the situation on Christianity may be a failed strategy, because your partner is going to be appealing to Christianity, and your opponents are also going to be blaming it on Christianity. So it
Well,
may
no,
be complicated.
they're all going to agree with that Christianity equals patriarchy. I'm the only one who's saying Christianity equals favoritism of female preferences. So it's again 3 versus 1. They're all essentially saying the same. They're describing the same thing. It's just that one has a positive and the other a negative slant on it. I'm taking a completely alternate position and saying Christianity is the cause of this preference of female inclinations.
Yeah, so maybe you mentioned that in your opening, and it's possible that will be brought up. And then it's possible that maybe it'll be more interesting for you to debate your partner. And that's where terms like,
Well, that
you
would
know,
be unprofessional in that context, don't you think?
um, y- if it's just audience demand. So maybe, I guess like the debate usually is like, it could be it's longer, the audience questions than the debate. So if the debate's only an hour and a half, and then the questions, so that it could be, that'll be the direction from the questions afterwards. So if the debate, so that but you could see if that's audience demand or super chat. So it's maybe if you avoid that during the debate part, and then after the debate's over, if that's what turns into, then you just base that off of audience demand.
I just wouldn't be comfortable breaking the convention of the debate to debate
But
my
I'm saying
partner.
the nature of the debate is over, and then they go to audience questions. That you do the final comments and conclusions before the super chats and questions from the audience. So just avoid that you try to avoid that during the debate part. And so if your partner says something you strongly agree with, you could point a notice that that's not my position, or I'm coming at it from that, or I actually agree with my opponents on this, or to say it, but to avoid arguing with your partner. And then if the structure that you're going to, it's going to be opening comments, then an hour back and forth, and then closing comments, and then they're going to go to super chat and questions. So after the debate is over and they move into super chat and questions, if the audience wants that to be discussed, then you could discuss it because the audience has specifically requested that to be discussed. So if there's super chats and people are paying and the audience is specifically asking you to debate your partner on that, then maybe that could happen. You don't see what I'm saying? Because
Bending to the will of the mob.
is the debate ends.
Bending to the will of the mob due to indirect pressure, not being
No,
able
no,
to
you don't.
stand
You don't.
strong in the face of adversity. Just kidding.
No, no.
No, I
I'm
get
saying
what you're saying. I just don't see it happening.
no. I'm saying structurally that the debate ends, and then it comes to questions from the audience. And after with it, so the question once is reached the question of the audience, like generally the debate's already over. So it's just like, well, that question's for Jennifer, that question. So that if it came up and then that it could actually be more interesting. So then it could be that that would be in response, yeah, because that's how they do it. That's how they're formatted. That is basically who pays, and so it could be that's what people will pay to hear you and him argue about Christianity, but it'll be obviously structured because that's how they do it, right? They just read the questions that people pay for.
I think so. Yeah, they may not even. You may not even need to pay for them. Just depends how many questions they get.
Yeah, but generally that's how it's a profit structured, and if there's people paying, they're going to read the ones that are paid for. And so
That's right.
if if people pay to ask you a bunch of questions, then they're going to ask you a bunch of questions.
Yeah,
They're
it's
not
just a
necessarily going to
question
even
of
it out. They're
whether.
not going to even it out and be like, oh, like like Ryan, what do you think on this? If the people pay to ask you a question, then that's what they're going to ask. So if people pay to hear you and your partner debate about Christianity, then maybe that could spawn another debate, or he's got a channel, or you could do another conversation, or saying if people are paying for it, saying you give them what they want, and it's
Oh
probably
yeah.
in line with the venue and what how modern day debate runs their platform. Because generally, I think the debate lasts like an hour and a half. It's not going to last that long. They're going to do an hour back and forth. If you do 5 minutes, and then they'll do an hour back and forth, and then they'll do a conclusion, so it'll be over in an hour and a half. And if there's a bunch of questions, it could go on for a whole nother hour or two after that, depending
That's
on how
right.
much.
I
Depend,
usually estimate about 2.5 hours, but if it goes to like 3.5, I think it has done so before.
but I mean, that's completely based off of how much people are paying.
It's also partially based on like how much chemistry there is during the open discussion, because sometimes like it's just interesting and it goes on for a while longer. Like I did a 2-on-2 and there were several women on that panel and it just ended up being interesting. Do you remember that one? I think it was like a paganism that I was talking about, but we ended up touching on a lot of interesting topics. So it sort of went on a bit longer. But yeah, I'd say hour for the open discussion. But then there's also the intro, which is like another 10 minutes, or no, sorry, it's like at least 25 minutes, the introduction. Because everyone has 5 minutes plus 5 minutes for the actual intro to the show. And then another hour, so brings it up to hour and a half, and then a minimum of hour of questions. So yeah, I'd say at least 2.5 hours, and that would be a short stream.
So if you looked like, okay, your narrative, your debate strategy, that you start with your introduction and the ideas you put forth, and that your connection to the audience, and then you have the proper debate where you're responding to, but then you also have, so to say, within that you have like, you're speaking directly to the audience, and you're developing. So if it's, the questions of your own unique, so there's two things: your narrative of, if you're adding your personal, you're saying that you have something unique to this because you have your own personal story that's unique to it, that could add insight to it. So then, throughout the debate you might be giving more personal details, and that could lead to interesting, because I said, like, Ashley and Radical Coder both work in computer science, so that might be an interesting way to steer, although information processing is not necessarily the same as like IT. However, it's similar, right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how much of that we can really go into because it would just be anecdotal experiences, but okay.
Well, I'm saying, if Ashley and Ryan both work at IT companies, there might be, like, if you're bringing in your personal experience, going, getting a work as a woman in STEM, that
I mean, I don't think you would want to call what I did IT. It was analysis
well, it
and
says
and
STEM.
policy making and stuff. So IT
If
is
you
not
said,
really the same thing.
well, it is, because it's saying it's STEM.
Like, no,
It is. They're saying
it's
you're a
just
woman
not.
in. It
I
is.
might be in STEM, but that's not information. That's not whatever. That's not
It
computer
is. I don't know
science.
why you're arguing. You're a woman in STEM, and that's all STEM things are male dominated. And Ashley and Ryan are also in STEM. So
And
there's a
my
thing there.
point is that what we're in STEM is so different that that may not actually matter.
But it could. It's saying just because that if you, Ashley's like, well, I also, like, work in IT, and am familiar with the male dominated STEM spaces, and Radical Coder, obviously he's a coder, is probably also familiar with the male dominated STEM spaces. Very likely that would be an interesting point of conversation. I don't know why you're rejecting that.
Yeah, it might be an interesting point of conversation. I'm not sure how it's going to be relevant to the debate, but I can bring it up.
I mean, like, you worked in an office where there's a bunch of people looking at computer screens, mostly males.
That's right.
So I'm assuming, from what I understand, that both Ashley and Ryan probably also work in an office that's mostly males looking at computer screens.
Possibly, yeah.
So that might lead to some, and they're on the opposite side. So it's like that you have some sort of mutual experience of being working in STEM offices of people looking at computer screens, mostly males, and coming to different conclusions.
Yep. I'm not basing everything. I'm not really basing it on direct experience. I'm basing it on how I infer religions to modify people's beliefs.
Those are your arguments. But I'm saying you're having a conversation and you're connecting to people. I'm guessing that maybe Haig also. I mean, it's pretty common these days, so I wouldn't be surprised if Haig also, has worked at office with mostly males looking at computer screens. I don't know, but I mean, like, if there's one guy that hasn't worked in office, mostly guys working at computer screens, probably your partner. But that
Oh
there's a
yeah.
commonality, and it's a person you could connect personally, and it might be more interesting for the audience in the conversation to connect personally, and to try to relate your own personal experiences to the arguments. So that
Yeah.
could be, just mentioning that could be, um, I don't know if it's a debate strategy, that's more personal. But I'm saying if your debate strategy is to open up your personal experience uh, to your argument.
Well, it's establishing why I am a good person to be in this position. versus someone else is my personal context and why I would be familiar with the issues. So I do think it's important in this case because it's not immediately clear. I have
Yes,
relevant
I'm
experience.
just guessing. I don't know how they're going to phrase it, but you're saying, I mean, I doubt they're going to, Ashley's going to be like, I also a woman in STEM. I mean, she's probably not going to phrase it like that. I also worked in an office with a bunch of dudes staring at computer screens. However, like, so I'm just guessing that if you do that, it's likely to be a possible conversation starter, and it could be interesting, and it could also be something that leads to super chat questions of people wanting to know more specifically related to that, and will lead to interesting conversation.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
I mean, like if it goes into dating experiences, that might not be interesting for you. You may not want to share any of your dating experiences. And if it's like Ashley or Ryan,
Well, I could, but it would all just be me complaining that I couldn't find, like, that men don't value traditionally male characteristics enough, and I find them disgusting. So I don't know if I want to go into that.
well, just for example, if Ashley and Ryan take the conversation personal by talking about their dating experiences, um, you're just going to sit it out and wait till you could steer the conversation, or you're going to
I'm going
jump
to
in.
judge it based on the ahimsa principle, and if bringing up my personal experience has a chance at bringing in ahimsa, then I'll do it. But if I see it as just pointless and confusing needlessly, then I won't.
Okay, well, you could think and prepare for it by saying it's possible, maybe even likely that, like, you're saying if you're that, but I was saying that they probably also have something intelligent to say about working in, because I believe they both work in computer related fields. Well, I think Ashley might do. I think she might do. I'm pretty sure she does something in IT field, but she might not. She's not. I mean, Radical Coder is a coder. That's why he calls himself Radical Coder. He even has his own computer. He even has like videos on like coding. I think Ashley just works for an IT company, although like she might do some sort of like business or sales, but she's still like she's a pretty social, talkable person, so she's probably could give some sort of insight about working in IT, even if she does business or sales and not coding. But I mean, and they're more likely to talk about relationship and dating dynamics, and so you have like a strategy to either kind of just wait until the conversation, that's always like controlling the topic. So if you're just in this like endless cycle where it's like 30 minutes and they're still talking about dating, and then like, and I don't even know if it's going to be James, and he's like, James, you haven't said, Jennifer, you haven't said anything for a while, and so then you're going to chime in with
Oh, you
your
really think
dating.
it's gonna? It's literally never happened because I'll usually interject and say stuff. I don't think the moderators ever had to say, "Jen, do you want to say anything?" I can't remember that ever happening. And I think it is James, but I'm not sure. But he is the one who emailed me, so I
And so
assume it'll be James.
if you're going to use that to change the topic, or you're going to interject to try to change the topic, or you're going to interject like your thoughts on dating or the relevance to the topic. So I mean, that you could think about your strategy there.
It's going to
Whether
depend on how salient I perceive their arguments to be. Like, I'll basically be invoking personal anecdotes if I feel that they're necessary to maintain the pace of the debate, and not otherwise, unless I feel that it's necessary to justify my authority to take part in the debate in the first place. So there may not be any extra justification, or there might be where I have to invoke, okay, well, my personal anecdotes, I have, a bunch of stuff I can point to as well. That, would be a counterpoint, presumably, to something they had said.
yeah, and as I'm thinking like Andrew or something has all the saying. I mean, you'd be arguing men are disadvantaged because the structure of divorce law or no fault divorce, or because the courts are rigged in favor of women, or the various issues that. So I'm not sure how. Ryan or Ashley would be arguing in opposition to that, but I just picture like the typical Andrew Wilson arguments about no fault divorce and the court systems and custody law and various things. So I mean, it could be Haig is going to bring that up, and he's going to be like, like no false divorce and custody, and if you're just going to kind of wait your turn, or if you're going to, I said he might be arguing Christian centric. He might be arguing these also traditional men are ignored because the court system favors women through no fault divorce and custody and child support or various things. And so if he's arguing that, and they're arguing, if you're going to try to steer the topic or just try to weight something intelligent, so you have to think about that. And that's what I meant about controlling the debate. So if it's like 30 minutes and they're still arguing about no fault divorce, and you don't have anything to say about no fault divorce, do you have a technique to try to steer the issue to women in science?
Well, I don't necessarily need to steer it to women in science, but I'm not going to steer it to something like no fault divorce that doesn't actually substantiate my thesis directly. Because you could say a no fault divorce or whatever privileges women, but you can also say it's just neutral.
Well, I'm saying that's a common argument. Like I was saying, I mean, I think Andrew Wilson, like that's his main. That's one of his main like things, solutions. Like you keep on talking about problems. What are solutions? Like Andrew Wilson would be like, we need to get rid of no fault divorce. So like I don't know if Hagee's going to be but I was saying if it was Andrew, like I'm guessing, and he was your partner, he would like his talking points are like no fault divorce, custody, court system, your return to Christian values. So it would not surprise me if Hagee is similar, although I have no idea. And so if you're thinking, what are you going to do if they get into this long discussion about like divorce law, child custody? I mentioned dating, but something like that also. So it might also.
And then the child custody, you can just say the mother gave birth to them and they should preference women. So I don't
Yeah, but
think those
then you're
arguments are
arguing.
strong.
No, it's saying you're arguing. You don't want, but it's the point. You don't want to be arguing against your partner. Your partner is saying that men are ignored because the law favors women. And the example of the law favoring women is no fault divorce and child custody favoring the women, or child support or something. These are common examples that he might argue, that your partner might argue in support of the thesis that men are ignored. So I mean,
Okay.
you don't want to be agreeing with your opponents, or maybe you can, or just say that that's um, you could maybe briefly state that, well, I'm not so sure about that, or that's not my view, but and and then try to steer the issue. I mean, that's why I'm bringing it up, because if you don't want to agree with your opponents, so that would be an example where you might try to steer the topic to something else. Like sort of the example, like women in STEM.
Okay. I'd be trying to steer it towards the arguments I made, but yeah, women in STEM. Not exactly sure how that relates to men being ignored by society. You're talking about affirmative action for women.
Um, okay, I mean, forget I said that. I mean, so you could maybe try to connect that to your thesis of male versus female characteristics. And I would guess Ryan and Ashley might directly argue against your point and say that's nonsense. No, those characteristics are traditionally masculine or feminine. Some of you are prepared to defend that.
Right. So
I would
then
say,
they're gonna have to say there's no such thing as traditional male and female character or virtues, and then I'm gonna say how if there's no virtues that are being preferenced, then how can you say that either men or women are ignored in society? Because there's no virtues to preference.
what I'm saying is that women are ignored because of the current status of men holding more power. So it's saying there are no male or female virtues or characteristics. However, men have more power, and therefore, men are not ignored. Men are overheard. Men are disproportionately heard. So I'm assuming that's going to be the basis of their arguments. They're going to disagree with you that those characteristics are traditionally masculine or feminine, and they're going to say that men are not being ignored. Men are being overheard. Men need to be ignored more because currently men are heard too much. I mean, right? You're going to assume that's what they're going to be arguing.
That and the patriarchy stuff.
I don't think either of those are. I don't recall them being mentioning patriarchy that much.
No, okay.
I don't think that's. I mean, they might mention, but I don't think that's typically. I think they're more political, or you might be talking about patriarch's kind of like outdated terminology, so they might more likely to like. I mean, Ryan is more caught up in the current political debate. So if they use, like, and he's a leftist, so if they use words like structural um, racism, or I'm not even sure the terminology, but I think Ryan's probably going to be up on his game, and he's probably going to use like the current correct leftist terminology, which I'm not sure is patriarchy, but they're talking about power imbalances and systemic biases, systemic imbalances, whatever the terminology, which I don't think patriarchy is the current use word.
I guess I don't really care if they use the word. I more mean if they use the ideas associated with it, that there's this, conspiracy of men that rules society and oppresses women.
Yeah, I don't think either of them are conspiracy. I mean, they're probably said that systemic structural imbalances that need to be fixed by giving more voice to women, and just say that, well, if men are being ignored, how come men have the majority of the power? And I don't know why the word's slipping. Right? It's not systemic. I mean, it's not systemic racism. I mean, they might mention something like toxic masculinity, but I think you focus on systemic bias.
Systemic race, systemic whatever is presupposing the idea of a systemic power structure, aka the patriarchy.
Yeah,
so all that language, in my view, presupposes the context of an oppressive patriarchy.
Well, I'm not sure they're going to be claiming that women are oppressed. That's a different. I mean, saying to say that men currently hold too much power, and they hold power because historically men have had power, and therefore men are not being ignored; they're being overheard. And saying what we need is more women in power, more female voices, and they might even give arguments for the benefit of. So I was saying there are two prongs of the argument. One argument that they might argue that there aren't necessarily traits or characteristics that are more masculine or feminine, but then they might also argue that there are traits that are more masculine or feminine, and in fact more feminine qualities in leadership would be beneficial for everybody. And they might even, typically like in debate, they might make both of those arguments at the same time, even though they contradict. But I don't picture them that they would be using kind of like the Claire type language of like oppression or patriarchy. I picture them more to be talking about like power structures and equity. So they're not necessarily going to be saying that women are being oppressed. They're just going to say that men currently have a disproportionate amount of power, and certainly to say that men are being ignored.
And I can say that's a female value, because equality is a female value. So all they're doing is proving my point that society privileges those virtues.
Well, no, I'm saying that if you're accepting that, like, well, no, and currently men are overrepresented in positions of power and leadership, then society does not yet espouse those values. And they'll be arguing that it'll be better off when society does espouse those values. And currently, that's not the state because men have a disproportionate amount of power.
Right. And then I can be like democracy, consensus, female. I can just be like, where's your evidence? And they're not going to be able to account for anything past biological inclinations by the time I'm done with them.
No, I mean, I think Ryan is like pretty good with studies. He probably like has studies, and he might even be like quick enough to like Google studies as you're talking.
So
And even if,
what?
like, so you're talking like evidence, like you're gonna be like, well, like,
Okay, I
you know,
knew women were more disgusted than men without looking up the evidence. Why?
yeah, but saying like what maybe Ryan and like even if he
Maybe
hasn't heard
Ryan
that,
has
like,
a better knowledge of consciousness than me. Sure. Okay. Cool.
well, no, I'm saying maybe he during that he Googles a study and be like, well, what about this study that says the opposite? Or he might
Right.
actually ask you about it. But I'm not so Ashley so much, but like no, I think Ryan actually is like a study type guy. Like he will actually like look at the study or quote study that says the opposite. So you have to see if
Yeah,
people.
like he's not going to be able to find a study that says the opposite, that Rome, latter day Rome, was dictated by the Bible and the, testimony of the emperors and such. Like, there's nothing to push back on.
I don't think either one of them are going to. I mean, your partner might, but I don't picture either one of them trying like interested that much in history or arguing historical. They're like I say, like I could picture Ryan arguing about studies or bringing up
Like,
studies. I don't think.
what kind of study exactly is supposed to be a defeater for my position?
Well,
To
let's say that so and so did a study that found that women do not actually have there's no actual difference in disgust between men and women. So you just supplemented it. You Googled and you said there was a study, but you didn't conclusively research it, and maybe there's.
No, just because I have all that consciousness knowledge where I can just be certain of things without looking them up. That's
Well,
sort of
yeah, exactly,
where I've got the edge.
exactly. So I wouldn't be surprised if Ryan is able to even on the spot research a
He's not
study
going to
that
be able to find a study that shows men have a higher disgust than women because it doesn't exist.
you haven't done your due diligence. So
Go ahead and find that study. You're just being a contrarian at this point.
no, I'm just saying you haven't done your due diligence, and so I'm saying that Ryan might do his due diligence, and if you haven't done your due diligence, he might call you out on that.
Right.
And
And
so,
then I can push back and say, why do I need to do that if the position is so self-evident that I don't need to? I don't need to do this extra thing if I've already succeeded with what I've done so far. But yeah,
well,
sure.
that's
I
the
mean, I should
strategy.
research it.
Yeah, I mean, that's your strategy. That's your strategy. I was saying that, like, I think Ryan is semi-academic like that. If he's not familiar with the studies, he might actually read your study while you're talking, or at least glimpse it, or he might even search for other studies while like on the spot.
Other studies to contradict that women have a higher disgust than men on a statistical average.
Yeah, and I haven't looked it up to know what type of studies or how conclusive the evidence, or if there's a meta study of the different studies.
See, the fact that you think this could be wrong shows you don't really understand consciousness that well, because the thesis has a bunch of evidence and no counter evidence, no statistically relevant counter evidence. Because every counter evidence that you find is an anecdote, and anecdotes don't matter on the statistical aggregate.
No, I'm talking about a due diligence of scientific studies, which I don't plan on doing. Um, and I
Yeah,
don't think you've done.
I will be looking into the studies talking about disgust, but I don't expect to find any studies that indicate men have a higher disgust than women.
Okay, so I'm just saying that's possibly something you could be called out on if you don't do your due
Sure.
diligence. And saying Ryan is a pretty smart guy, and if you're wrong, I wouldn't be surprised if he catches you on it.
Sure. Due diligence is subjective, though, so I can always just say that delving into technical minutia is stalling because they don't have an argument. So I'm not necessarily going to get tricked into some rhetorical trap where I have to engage completely on their terms, but I'm also fine to engage their terms.
Okay, well, according to Facebook, today's Elliot's birthday.
Happy birthday, Elliot.
Okay, are you going to do a post stream?
I might. I'll see how I feel. Sometimes the debate is pretty exhausting, so I'll see how I feel. But if I do, you're welcome to join and see see what happens. I'll take what you've said under advisement, and thanks for the contribution.
Okay, yeah, I got to get up at semi early in the morning tomorrow. So have a great night, and you maybe we'll catch up on your research or something. Like I briefly skimmed it over. I'll look it over again, and hope you continue. Or if you try doing a separate stream on the state of your research, or if you're available and you want to join Week in Review, sometime you pop on Sunday night.
And explain my research.
Yeah, or if you want to read, you go over
Cool.
some of your papers or something or
Yeah,
whatever.
sounds good.
Okay,
Great.
so
So
good luck
thanks
tomorrow.
everyone for great. Thank you, and I'll hopefully see you in the chat tomorrow. Thanks, audience, for tuning into the show. Appreciate all the feedback, and hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. I believe it's 8 p.m., but the link's in the chat at the debate. Are men unappreciated by society?